reordering the agenda that way?
No, I don't.
I do not. My the consultants are here for the project. Thank you.
So I think that's fine, Chair Chafe. So I would suggest we call the meeting to order and then get on with it.
Okay, great. So with that, I will call to order the regular Emeryville Planning Commission meeting of December 8th. The time is 6:46 p.m. Charlie, can you please do a roll call?
Yes. Commissioner Dram.
Here.
Commissioner Gitzoni.
Here.
Commissioner Henme.
Here.
Commissioner Mora.
Here.
Commissioner Wax.
Here.
Vice Chair Simons. Vice Chair Simons.
Sorry, I'm here. Yep.
And Chair Chafe.
Here.
All 7 commissioners are present.
Okay, great. So I'm going to, let's go ahead to item 3, the resolution declaring the need for the Planning Commission to continue to meet remotely in order to ensure the health and safety of the public. And then after that, discuss the reordering of the agenda items.
Okay.
So Charlie, can you please read the introductory remarks section of the script?
Certainly. I would like to state for the record that this meeting is being conducted by teleconference pursuant to California Assembly Bill 361. The city was previously complying with the Brown Act orders issued by the governor, which were aimed at containing the novel coronavirus and which expired on September 30th, 2021. AB 361 gives local agencies the authority to continue to host virtual meetings until January 1st, 2024, as long as California is still under a governor-declared state of emergency. In order to continue meeting subject to this exemption to the Brown Act, the Planning Commission must make findings by majority vote no later than 30 days after it starts using the exemption and every 30 days thereafter, and will do so at this meeting and until the governor lifts the state of emergency. City Hall is open to the public during regular business hours, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. The planning and building counter has different hours, so please check or make an appointment before visiting. The agenda states that the public may view this meeting that is being live streamed online and on ETV channel 27, although not at the moment apparently, and provide comment by submitting an online comment form, which will then be read into the record by staff. The comment form can be accessed by going to our main City of Emeryville Planning Commission webpage and clicking on the link entitled Submit an Online Speaker Card. The public also has the option of participating in tonight's meeting via Zoom and may provide public comment during the meeting using the raise your hand feature visible on your screen, or if you're calling in, press *9 on your phone. The Zoom call-in information was provided on the posted agenda, as well as via e-notification and on social media. And at this time, Chair Chafe, with your permission, I would like to ask for a motion to approve the resolution declaring the need for the Planning Commission to continue to meet remotely in order to ensure the health and safety of the public, which contains the required AB 361 findings.
Would any commissioner like to make a motion?
So moved.
Seconded.
Okay, I think I heard Commissioner Henme, and
Yes.
the second was Commissioner Dram, is that right?
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
All right, on that motion, Commissioner Dram,
Aye.
Commissioner Gitzoni,
Aye.
Commissioner Henme,
Aye.
Commissioner Mora,
Aye.
Commissioner Wax,
Aye.
Vice Chair Simons,
Aye. Thank you.
and Chair Chafe.
Aye.
7 ayes, the motion, the resolution is approved. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Charlie. So before we move on to item 4, public comment, because of the difficulties we're having right now with broadcasting the meeting, we are going to slightly reorder the agenda. So we are going to go number 4, public comment, 5, approval of the action minutes, 6 and 7 in order, and then we will move to 9.1, the study session on the active transportation plan, followed by 9.2, Bay Center Life Sciences project. And then after that, we will do 8.1 prize fighter, and then 8.2 housing element. Okay, so
Very good.
with that in mind, let's go to item number 4, which is public comments. So we will now take any public comments on matters within the commission's purview that are not on the agenda tonight. Any person wishing to speak will have 3 minutes. Charlie, can you please read the general public comments portion of the script?
Now is the time for public comment portion of the meeting. Anyone who wishes to make comments related to items not on this agenda should have submitted your online speaker card by now. 3 minutes will be allowed for me to read your comments into the record. If you're participating in tonight's meeting via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature visible on your screen, or if you are calling in, press *9 on your phone. I have not received any online speaker cards. Let me just double check. No, I have not. Actually, I should clarify. I have received some online speaker cards, but not for general public comments. I do not see any raised hands among the attendees. So at this time, I think it'd be appropriate to close public comment.
Okay, great, thanks. So we will now close the public comment period and move on to item 5, which is approval of the action minutes from October 27th, 2022. Do any commissioners have any comments on the minutes? Seeing no comments, we can move to a motion. Would someone like to make a motion to approve the minutes?
I gotta make a motion.
Commissioner Wax, would you like to second?
Sure.
I saw you on mute.
All right, moved by Commissioner Dram and seconded by Commissioner Wax. Commissioner Dram,
Aye.
Commissioner Gitzoni,
Aye.
Commissioner Henme,
Aye.
Commissioner Mora,
Aye.
Commissioner Wax,
Aye.
Vice Chair Simons,
Aye.
and Chair Chafe.
Aye.
7 ayes, the action minutes are approved. Thank you.
Great. We will move on to item 6, the Community Development Director's Report. Over to you, Charlie.
Thank you, Chair Chafe. First, with regard to recent City Council actions, the Council has had 2 meetings since your last meeting, and those were on November 1st and November 15th. On November 1st, the Council approved a contract with PlaceWorks for a comprehensive street tree audit and roadmap to future expansion of Emeryville's street tree inventory. This is a follow-up to a study session held by the Council on September 6th and is being spearheaded by the Public Works Department. Elements of it will be incorporated into our objective development standards. The Council also approved the second reading of an ordinance that was introduced on October 18th, amending the planning regulations to make permanent certain temporary regulations pertaining to sidewalk cafes and parklets that were enacted due to the COVID-19 pandemic. As I previously reported, the ordinance incorporates all of the modifications that were recommended by the Planning Commission, and the ordinance took effect on December 1st. The Council also approved the second reading of an ordinance that was introduced on October 18th to simplify the procedures for cabaret permits, and that ordinance also took effect on December 1st. I'm pleased to report that the Council approved an employment agreement with Paul Budenhagen to be the new city manager. Mr. Budenhagen is currently a deputy city manager in Berkeley, and he will begin in Emeryville on January 17th. The Council received a presentation from Wes Management regarding hosting an ESC e-scooter championship racing series in Emeryville, and appointed Mayor Bowders and Vice Mayor Medina to an ad hoc subcommittee to work with staff on planning for this event. The Council also authorized the city manager to execute a non-binding letter of intent to negotiate an event hosting agreement with Wes Management. And the Council passed the first reading of 2 ordinances adopting the new state building and fire codes with local amendments. New features this code cycle include mass timber, which actually was previously added mid-cycle to the current 2019 code. New electrical energy efficiency and energy storage requirements. A REACH code for all new construction to be all electric except laboratories. And permit expiration and extension periods that have been changed from 6 months to 1 year. Second reading of these 2 ordinances occurred on November 15th, and they will take effect January 1st. Also on November 15th, the Council approved EAH Housing as the first choice developer and related California/East Bay Asian Local Development Corporation, or EBALSI, as the second choice developer for the redevelopment of the Christie sites, which are 3 city-owned parcels on Christie Avenue south of Christie Park. This was in response to a request for proposals that was issued by the city on June 22nd. The EAH proposal includes 367 affordable units in 3 8-story buildings with a range of ground floor townhome units, new pedestrian and community spaces, spaces dedicated for after-school programs, and an 8,350 square foot expansion of Christie Park. The Planning Commission can expect to see this project at a study session in the coming months. We don't know exactly when at this point, but sometime early next year. And in other news, I just want to let you know that a community meeting is being planned for a proposed new housing project on the Trader Vic's site. And that community meeting is planned for Monday, January 9th at 6 p.m. I understand that the meeting is to be held via Zoom, but we do not have the Zoom information yet. The developer is working on a flyer, and we will forward that to the commission as soon as we receive it. Also, I will note that the regular city council meeting that was supposed to have been 2 days ago on December 6th was canceled and rescheduled for next Monday, December 12th. That will be the last meeting of the current council, followed by the swearing in of the new council members and election of the new mayor and vice mayor for the coming year. And then the first full regular meeting of the new council will be on December 20th. And along those lines, I just want to take this opportunity to congratulate Commissioner Mora on his election to the city council. So this will be Commissioner Mora's last commission meeting. I just want to say that it's been a pleasure to work with you over the last 6 months. It's been a short period of time, but the commission has considered a number of major projects and policy matters during those months and actually approved several of them. So, a good track record for a short period of time, and I look forward to working with you in the future as a city council member.
Thanks, Charlie. I do as well.
That concludes my report. I'd be happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you, Charlie. And we do have some time at the end of the meeting if any other commissioners want to share any congratulations for Commissioner Mora, soon to be former Commissioner Mora. Any questions for Charlie right now? Okay, seeing none, we can move on to item 7, disclosure of ex parte communications and conflicts of interest. If anyone has one to share, please raise your hand in some form. Commissioner Gazzoni.
Yes, I will have to recuse myself from item 9.2 because one of the parties is a client of my employer.
Okay, great, thank you. Any others? Nope. Okay, seeing none, then we will move on to our next item in the reordered agenda, and that will be 9.1, the active transportation plan study session. So just confirming no conflicts of interest to announce pertaining to this item. Nope. Great. Can we please then start with the staff presentation?
This is Navarre's item.
Yes. And I'm hoping that Brett Hondorp and Lisa Schroeder will be promoted for presenting for this as they're the consultants for the project. And I'll introduce them once they're available. All right, there's Brett.
Good evening.
All right, excellent. Well, good evening, Chair. Good evening, Commission. And this evening, yes, we'll be presenting on the draft active transportation plan. I will not say too much about it because I believe Brett will cover everything in the presentation this evening, and we've already had quite a few delays. So thank you so much. We look forward to receiving your comments and input on this important project this evening. Thank you so much.
Right, sorry, my camera. Can you, sorry, I apologize. My camera is wonky here, but maybe if I just share my screen, that'll be the best way to do it.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah. Great. Can you all see this slide deck?
Yes, we
Awesome.
can.
All right. Moving through here. So, window here. Great. Okay. So I'm going to go through an overview of the city's draft active transportation plan. The presentation I'm going to do tonight will follow, basically follow the layout of the document. I'm not going to go through the entire document. Hopefully you all have had a chance to review it. But I'm going to walk through as a sort of a quick overview of the major sections of the plan that I'll walk through tonight. So starting with the executive summary, we'll just do a sort of a real quick synopsis of what's in the plan. You know, we have your kind of standard plan sections. And then really some of the key elements, you know, you can see some of those numbers there. We did a lot of engagement. We did really a number of events, connected with over 1,300 people, had numerous meetings of the BPAC, and then some of the key recommendations in terms of the mileage are summarized in the executive summary, and that's a network map. And I'll go into all this in more detail as I walk through each section of the plan. The plan included a number of recommendations for major projects on major road corridors. And this was really acknowledging the need to do some further refinement of some of these key study areas. And these are looked at as multimodal studies. So this would cover both walking, bicycling, and transit as it applies to each corridor. So a number of kind of high level study recommendations, including 40th Street, the Emeryville Loop, and a number of these other corridors. And this is a summary of the bikeway mileage recommendations here. So the plan looks at the entire bikeway network, looking at the off-street paths. Those are the class 1 shared use paths, looking at striped bike lanes, painted bike lanes. That's the class 2 and class 2B buffered. Class B or class 3 are the bicycle routes, and that includes your bicycle boulevard network. So those are the sort of generally lower traffic shared roadway segments. And then class 4, these are the separated, protected bikeway segments where there's actual physical separation for the bikeway. So you can see the total mileage that we've recommended in the plan. And then this is the total cost estimate that the plan summarizes for recommendations here. So sort of backing up, that's kind of the high level intro, but backing up into, you know, how we got there, how we got to those recommendations. When we started this process, we worked with city, with the BPAC and the stakeholders to refine a vision for the plan, and that was that the city of Emeryville is a community where active, sustainable transportation is the easy choice. It's safe, comfortable, equitable, and accessible to all. And I won't read the rest of that, but you know, I think these are the key points about how we were undergoing this plan process to make sure that we were developing a network and facilities that would meet the needs of residents and visitors and employees in Emeryville of all ages and abilities, was felt comfortable, was safe, and really provided that full access. We developed a number of goals that built off that vision, again, around comfort, around equity, sustainability, implementation. That's really important, right? We need to develop a network that you all, as city leaders, can actually get built, that city staff can get built. So we made sure that we were looking at that, and then we had a goal around being joyful, and I think this is a really fun one. This type of goal doesn't necessarily make it into all the plans we work with all our clients, but I think in a place like Emeryville, which has a long history of supporting the arts, this idea that, you know, when you're out there walking, bicycling, using these facilities, that there's an element of joy and beauty that really inspires folks to get outside. So that's a really nice planned goal that was included as well. Moving into kind of our existing conditions, that's chapter 3. You know, we wanted to set that baseline. You know, what's bicycling and walking like in Emeryville today. So we did a bunch of analysis using lots of data, looking at demographics, looking at you know, destinations. Where do people live? Where do people work? You know, what are the retail places where folks shop? What are the transit lines? And I think one, you know, sort of interesting and a bit unique element about the way we did this with Emeryville is because you're so connected, kind of central to, within the broader Oakland and Berkeley community, we really sort of zoomed our analysis out, right? Not everyone who works in Emeryville or shops in Emeryville necessarily lives in Emeryville, in fact, quite the opposite, as we saw. And so we wanted to make sure we were understanding the ways in which the different folks who came into the city and out of the city on a daily basis, or to do occasional shopping, how they access the community and how we could serve their needs. Sometimes you do these plans and you're really focused on the lens of just the residents, but we really took a more expansive look here to make sure we understood that. We looked at equity. We wanted to understand, kind of slice this even further and understand, well, how do low income workers in particular access destinations and use transit and walk and bike, and what about folks with lower than median household incomes. So we sort of looked at different data points along the way and mapped those out, and that helped to frame some of our analysis. And really the key takeaways, some of these aren't surprising, but it's always good to have data to back it up. But your arterial roadways, roads like 40th Street, Howell Street, San Pablo are stressful to cross and to move along. It helped us to really define that we wanted to focus on these areas in our recommendations in our studies. We looked at walking routes and understanding, what were the barriers along the way to some of those key walking routes. And a takeaway that we had was that your existing bikeway network was not functioning as a fully comfortable network for all ages and abilities. It's working for some folks, the more experienced cyclists, but in terms of like full continuous network, it still has some challenges in meeting the needs of all ages and abilities. So these, this is where the data can really drive some of the recommendations that we came up with. So this kind of feeds into chapter 4, which are those recommendations around projects, programs, and policies. And so we took that data, that existing conditions, information, and call that our needs assessment. And that's the safety pieces, that's those demographic, that's the equity, that's understanding around comfort and connectivity. Take that information, we combine that with public input. I mentioned the number of the meetings that we were conducting and the stakeholder groups. It's great to look at data that tells you one picture, but it often doesn't tell you the entire story. And so getting that public input, talking and listening to people in their experience of navigating around Emeryville on foot or on bicycle is a very important part of how we also added to our picture of assessing recommendations. And then of course the BPAC was a group that we updated kind of continuously throughout the development of this process. And so that led to the recommendations in terms of what we've proposed. And so, again, back to this sort of idea of comfort and all ages and abilities network. And that's really this, you may have heard it described as 8 to 80, right? Where an 8-year-old child or an 80-year-old person can all be comfortable using this network, whether on foot or on bike or connecting to transit. And so that really does drive some of the specific decisions we make around what types of facilities we're recommending, because there's certain facilities that are only going to be comfortable to those who are more experienced, especially bicycling. We wanted to make sure we were providing those safe routes to the places that folks, within and outside of Emeryville were connecting to. Parks and trails. Emeryville is a gateway to the Bay Trail, to Baylands and parks. And so those were key connections. Obviously, Emeryville is a really key regional retail hub in the East Bay, is a key transit center for connecting to the Transbay and into San Francisco and other regional destinations. And then just local schools that your residents attend, and those schools are the sites of sports events on the weekends that folks from around the region come to. ECCL, hosts soccer games throughout the weekend. So those destinations were really key in how we looked at people developing our network and making sure we were providing a network that was safe and comfortable for everybody and was connected. Connectivity is another key piece of how we're looking at it. When you start a walking or biking trip Just like when you start a car trip, you expect to have a facility the entire way. It's the same for walking and biking. If your sidewalk stops in the middle of your route, if your bike lane drops or goes away, you're not creating that connected network that's going to allow someone to make that healthy, sustainable choice to take a walking or biking trip to a destination. And then finally, intersection upgrades, looking throughout the city at opportunities, especially at the major arterial crossings, to make upgrades and design enhancements to those intersections crossings. So I'm going to run through a few project types. So we have what we call our multimodal focus areas. And we have a number of these projects, and these are projects that really take elements. They weren't something we could say, well, this is just a bike project or just a pedestrian project or even just a transit project. They included really elements of all of those things, and so we kind of grouped those together into these logical, packages of projects that we call our multimodal areas. And the first of these is the Emeryville Loop. Something we're all familiar with, but just looking at that circulation pattern, or there as a focal point of sort of circulation and connectivity around central Emeryville, and so looking to study that through potential recommendations to improve the bikeways there with separated bikeways, some additional sidewalk connections, and then studies to upgrade the intersections, which experience really heavy volumes of vehicular traffic. That can create challenges for people on foot or on bike moving through that area. So that's one of our study areas. 40th Street multimodal project, another study area along the 40th Street corridor, roughly from Adeline all the way around to Shell Mound. The same idea, looking at that for a separated bikeway, looking at pedestrian and sidewalk connectivity, and then upgrades to the intersections, making sure the signal timing and the intersections meet the needs of folks on foot and on bike. And then the last of our key multimodal studies was San Pablo Avenue. Again, major transit, major vehicle corridor, but also a major direct continuous corridor for bicyclists. So and a barrier for folks who are trying to maybe cross on foot and get between the east and west areas of Emeryville. So again, looking at the intersections, looking at the crossings, and potential for adding a separated bikeway along San Pablo as part of this multimodal focus area. And then a number of other ones in locations throughout the city that were under these multimodal study: Christie Avenue, Hollis Street for bike lanes, Powell Street for a separated bikeway, a Bay Trail widening study. So that's one of the project types that we recommended throughout. And then shifting to the network for bicyclists and pedestrians, we have our biking, what we call our biking and rolling network. So that's our bicycle network. And the focus on this was to develop separated bikeways where wherever that vehicular traffic was heavy enough to really require that. And again, that's the all ages and abilities, that really on any street that has significant traffic, we want to create separation, that it's really only going to be comfortable for users, for an all ages user group if there's a physical separation there. Looking at the Emeryville Greenway and the Doyle Street, and looking to leverage where you already have existing street closures and pathway connections to create that network. And so this is the proposed biking and rolling network. Again, this includes proposals for separated shared use paths. So those are paths like the Bay Trail, painted bike lanes and buffered bike lanes, continuation or extensions of your bicycle boulevard network, and then additional recommendations for those class 4 separated bikeways. And so those would be on streets like 40th, San Pablo that I described earlier. We have some recommendations to do some rehabilitation on trail sections that could need some maintenance work. And again, this gets to, it's not just about building these facilities. It's important to continue to maintain them, particularly for cyclists or, people walking with strollers. Pavement deterioration is a real challenge for folks. And so wanting to make sure that we address some of those maintenance needs that we heard from the stakeholders in our recommendations. So this is the overview of the bike network. And then the walking network focused on crossings. major streets like San Pablo Avenue, Powell Street, 40th Street. And then we identified priority zones, recognizing that within, pedestrian improvements can often be really kind of localized and maybe very small scale. And so we wanted to identify zones that we acknowledged had high pedestrian activity and call those out as places for additional recommendation. And so this is that proposed walking network here on the map. We called out new sidewalk projects or pathway projects, improvements to existing sidewalks, so upgrading places where you already have sidewalk, but it needs some additional upgrade. The class 1 shared use path network also serves pedestrians, so we have that noted here as well. And then a number of study areas for corridors that are where you're looking at some additional transit enhancements that again have a benefit to the pedestrian environment. So this is our proposed walking network. And then we identified a number of what we call spot improvements. And these are, a number of these are crossing upgrades or new pedestrian crossing locations, looking at some additional signal locations or intersection upgrades, an undercrossing improvement at I-80, and additional signage opportunities. So these are sort of location specific, but cover a variety of different upgrade categories that all kind of benefit that overall walking and bicycling network. And then moving to the recommendations that support those infrastructure recommendations that I've just described, we have what we call our programmatic recommendations. And so these are things like education and encouragement programs, things that really just support the overall walking environment, making sure that it's you're providing a place that people are comfortable, and that you evaluate the network as it does get built out. That's an important part of the programmatic recommendations, as well as ongoing evaluation as you build out your system. Policy recommendations, we have a number of those throughout to really sort of set that commitment to taking specific actions around building and maintaining high quality bikeways is one. Partnering on safe routes to school, other maintenance, enforcement, evaluation. So these are sort of that policy language that supports all of the infrastructure improvements that you might be making. So that's chapter 4, which are again the recommendations. Chapter 5 moves into implementation and funding. Really, how are these projects going to be delivered? From the budgeting to the sort of analysis at the planning level, through conceptual design into the actual detailed and final design, and then construction and maintenance. So we have a process of kind of describing to the reader how does a project get built. It's these projects can in many cases take many years to be developed, to go through that process of studying them, refining the designs and getting them built. And we do want the public and the readers to have an understanding of how the process works, and that there is a need to prioritize, that you can't build an entire citywide network overnight, and there will be a need to do some prioritization through this. As I shared already earlier, this is a summary of the cost estimates. About 24 million is the total cost of the plan, broken down by categories. About close to 15 million for the bicycle network, a little over $1 million for the pedestrian network, and then about 7 million for the spot improvements, and then got about $1 million for those studies. So again, those studies will then result in their own more detailed cost estimates as you get into that work. But I think it's important that this plan identifies those as a starting point to start to understand some of the specific needs on those multimodal corridors. Finally, the plan includes a summary of funding sources. Those are range from local, regional grant programs, state, federal. We try to provide a list and really provide a lot of the way the plan is developed and formatted and the data that's included in the plan really sets the city up to be able to go after and pursue these grants. The way we've gone through our safety analysis, that data can really feed into the type of safety grants that are now being funded at the federal level. Our focus on equity really supports a lot of the state Caltrans grant funding goals. And so we really try to structure our plans and our projects in a way that it's fairly easy for a city to sort of take those and bring them to that next level of funding just by the way the plan has been set up. So all the work that goes in this plan really will benefit you and, hopefully being able to be very competitive for these funding programs going forward. With any kind of technical plan, as I'm sure you know, there's lots of sort of technical studies and appendices that go in the background. And so we have some of that documentation of the full complete streets policy, the whole public engagement process. And again, we had about 12 different engagement types of workshops. We started with a strategy, before we even do the first meeting or workshop, we want to kind of lay out our framework for who we want to reach and how we're going to reach them. And so that, included, sort of direct, almost sort of, focus group activity up front and really connecting with some business owners to get some direct feedback through, the more traditional, workshops that we now generally have been doing online or virtually for the past few years, but we've seen, really strong participation, bike tours, pop-up kind of tabling. So we had all of those elements kind of built into this public engagement process. And then in terms of next steps, here the draft plan has been out now since October. We've brought it to the BPAC. Tonight we're here with the Planning Commission. We are looking to do a public workshop in January. January 11th will be the community workshop where we will have something similar to this, kind of describe and summarize the draft plan and get some final feedback, hopefully from the public, close that public draft review comment period on the plan in January, and start to move to, make final revisions to the document, move to adoption in the spring or early summer. And here is the project website that we set up, emeryvillemoves.org. Any project inquiries you can submit via email to info@emeryvillemoves.org. And still plenty of time to review and provide public comment on the draft plan. And with that, I look forward to any questions that you all may have. And I'm going to try to get my camera sorted out so you don't see the side of my face here, but happy to take questions.
Thank you, Brett. That was really, really useful. Let me just check with Navarre. Are there any other presentations at this time, or should we move to questions for Brett?
No, there are no other presentations this evening on this topic. Thank you.
Okay, great, wonderful. So commissioners, any clarifying questions only, not comments, at this time for Brett?
Yes, this is Rod Henry. Two questions. One is on the 80 bridge crossing. That's Caltrans property. What is possible for the city to do in those circumstances? And I ask this in particular because that fencing that I assume Caltrans put up has really made that crossing worse by narrowing that space.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. That is Caltrans jurisdiction, and so these are the types of instances where coordination and partnership with Caltrans will be necessary, and we can feed information to them, but ultimately that would be a process that you would need to work with Caltrans within their right of way. That's the same for any of their ramps, the interchange area, and that's part of the multimodal study, is to look at how we can improve those areas in partnership with whatever agency would be responsible
Okay.
doing that.
And the second question I have is the bridge crossing on Powell over the tracks is horrible. I didn't see any specific recommendation. Is there something in the report about improving that?
Yeah, I believe there is a recommendation to upgrade the sidewalk. Navarre, you maybe better to take that one.
Yeah, I wanted to speak to both of those things. Thank you, Brett, and thank you, Commissioner Henry. So the 80 overcrossing, you were speaking about Ashby, was that correct? The Ashby
No,
area?
no,
I'm sorry.
underneath on
Oh,
Powell.
underneath. Okay, so Powell is broken up into several study areas, the whole length of it, for looking at multimodal opportunities throughout it. So it doesn't have highly specified recommendations for each of those segments, recognizing that each of those need to be looked at, because they all have complex problems. There's different widths. There's the overcrossing, like you spoke to, but this certainly recognizes the length of Powell is something that needs to be looked at more deeply.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Commissioner Simons, go ahead.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Chair Chafe. So I have a couple of specific questions and then some general questions. So I was wondering if we could look at slide 45, which has like the specific bike collision areas. And it seems like there's a couple of really, really bad intersections that if we made those safer, we could enormously reduce the number of, motorist vehicle crashes. Can we talk about, obviously we have this great plan to improve 40th over time, but is there anything we can do like tomorrow to, improve 40th and Hubbard, 40th and Emery?
Hang on, I just need to find the slide here.
And maybe while you're bringing that up, I actually had a similar question about what's already been approved and funded for 40th and what is still, like, basically the types of projects, the categories of projects along 40th. So Commissioner Simons, I hope you don't mind me tagging on to your question.
Great, thank you. Yeah.
Would you like me to try to address that while Brett's pulling up the slide?
That would be great.
So the 40th Street Multimodal Project, which hopefully you all have at least heard of or somewhat familiar with, has been approved for the length of 40th Street from the open border to about IKEA. And that will include designated bus-only lanes and separated, I apologize, there's a lot going on in the background at my home, and designated bike areas and everything through the length of it. So the plan includes that study in it. And we're currently seeking funding to complete that project through build out, which I believe is about $8.5 million. So where the city is seeking funding, all of that is contained in this ATP. In terms of the specific spot treatments that are listed in here, those reflect input that was given as part of the process and it's noted that they're along the part of that project area. I hope what I just said made sense because it was kind of hard to concentrate on what I was saying and the background noise here. So let me know if you have questions about what I just said.
I'll just chime in and add that this 40th Street improvements are a capital improvement project that is being undertaken by Public Works for the full length of it. It's been a long process, but my understanding is we finally have cobbled together enough funding from a variety of sources to pay for the design, and a design contract has been awarded. So there is a firm that is now working on designing, and their end product, their end deliverable will be construction level drawings that then can be used to actually go out and build it. As far as the construction itself, I don't believe we have the total amount of money that's needed for it yet. I think we're about halfway there in terms of putting together the money to build it.
Great, thanks so much, Charlie. And then my next question, so I saw that I didn't note down the slide number, unfortunately. It said walking to work had declined significantly between 2010 and 2020. Is that like a downstream impact of the housing crisis and people being pushed out? And does anybody have any ideas about why that might be the case? I think it was, yeah, early-ish on. I don't quite remember if anybody remembers where that discussion is.
I'll note that the work from home went up significantly
Mhm.
from there as well. So we don't have like a, cause and effect direct, like this is why this happened.
Yeah,
But the work from home went up significantly at the same time period. And I wasn't clear on if there was other modal switches at that time. I don't know if
Yeah,
that
and
helps
that's it.
answer
You
that
know,
question.
the commute data is challenging because you have to pick one mode. So if you walk to the bus,
Mhm.
you might more logically pick transit as your mode of transportation rather than walking. So I think that's always been a bit of a challenge in the census data that we get, is to understand exactly how much a partial walking or even a partial biking trip is in there. So. Yeah, but I think it's an interesting point, and I think we're seeing obviously lately the work from home is has been a huge challenge. But
Got it. Thank
yeah.
you. And then my last question, it seems like there's sort of like two things we need to do to keep our community safe for walking and biking is, one, make this infrastructure great, and two, make sure there's like basic enforcement of our traffic laws. And I know the Bay Area at large is facing a traffic safety crisis. Drivers killing motorists is up in Oakland and San Francisco, and probably Emeryville is just small and lucky. So can you talk about how you've involved, and in addition to crashes being up, traffic enforcement, I know in San Francisco is down 90%. Basically, police officers have stopped writing tickets for dangerous behavior by drivers. I don't know, I should look up the numbers in Emeryville, but I haven't had the chance to do that yet. Can you talk about how you've briefed Emeryville PD and how you've brought them into the process, and whether they've made any commitments to making sure people can walk and bike safely, which involves making sure drivers are following the rules of law? Thank you.
Gabar, I think I'm going to let you handle that one.
Yeah, that was a really good question. I do not recall the specific points during this process that we've involved EPD, Emeryville Police Department, but we certainly have. Enforcement, there was a decision to de-emphasize that because of concerns about who enforcement targets, not necessarily intentionally, but that's a ongoing problem beyond regionally as well. So there is a design emphasis in this ATP as opposed to enforcement emphasis. So that is a slight shift from the past. Not saying that it won't happen, but providing interventions and corrections as opposed to penalties. Does that help answer that question?
Yeah, I think it's a very tricky question. I hope maybe we could include, maybe it would be great to have a chart in the slides which shows the number of traffic citations that EPD has written either over the past 10 years, or we could pick particular the most dangerous intersections. But I think that's an important part of the story that's not being told. Just in my neighborhood at Hollis and I guess 43rd, I used to walk by, and every so often, there'd be an EPD officer out there pulling over people who are illegally speeding through the red light. And I haven't seen that in a long time. It might be just going at the wrong times, but I'd be interested to know if that sort of enforcement has stopped. So if we can include that, that would be great.
Okay, great. Commissioner Moore, go ahead.
Thank you. I noticed several places in the study there were recommendations. There's kind of general toolbox items called out, and one of them mentioned several times is no turn on red lights for vehicles. But I couldn't see if those were recommended in any specific locations in the project list, and I was hoping you could highlight where no turn on red could be implemented and maybe recommended. And this actually ties in with an earlier comment which is like, what can we do now? Like, what's some low-hanging fruit if we don't have the $10 million for the Emeryville loop to build that out? But maybe we can avoid some traffic injuries or fatalities at some of our more troublesome intersections. I'm thinking in particular of Christie and Powell.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that really falls under some of these spot improvement areas where that is one of the tools in the toolbox. So really, any signalized intersection is a place you could apply that. The sort of major intersections, arterial would be logical places, and that is an area where some operational analysis would need to be done, prior to implementing that, just to understand what is the impact of that on the on the intersection operation.
I understand that, but what's the so what you're saying? What's the impact on cars? Maybe we're going to see cars back up a little bit longer at some lights because they can't turn red on the lights. But what's the impact on pedestrians? We see it with injuries and fatalities. So I'm wondering if it's within your purview to call out, where something like no turn on red could be an actual recommendation to the city to adopt, as opposed to just another studying it kind of. I feel like you can study it indefinitely, but at some point we should have a bias towards pedestrian safety versus maybe there's going to be a little bit more traffic somewhere, and then we could maybe look to mitigate the traffic. So I'm wondering, do you see that as within your purview to recommend these types of easy to implement things we could do tomorrow and possibly cheaply with a bias towards safety?
Well, yeah, and I think that's what the toolkit and the spot improvements do. It's not within the scope of this plan for us to do that kind of specific operational analysis, just like we don't do the design for most of these locations. Our job is to make sort of that higher level network recommendation, and then it is, that's typically something that the city public works staff would do, is to go in and say, okay, here's the recommendation. We need to check the signal timing. We didn't have that level of sort of signal timing analysis built into the work we're doing here.
I understand. Yeah, maybe then you could just interpret my comment as, we mentioned the no turn on red tool. Is there some way to make it more clear where that tool could be implemented in actual locations? Or maybe I'm just misreading the recommendations, and you could just tell me, armed with this study, where could I point to show somebody where this is in fact being recommended? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think looking at this map, it's the signal, the traffic signal kind of upgrade areas. But we can provide that specific location. I don't have that list directly in front of me. I don't want to tell you the wrong list, but we'll make sure that we kind of call out the areas that we felt that particular treatment could be applied.
Thank you. Yeah, just to make it more clear to somebody kind of looking for concrete recommendations.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Moore. Any other clarifying questions for Brett from commissioners? Okay, I don't see anyone else with a hand raised. Just looking again. I just had one or two questions. On page 11 of the report, which is map 1, San Pablo is shown to have an existing class 4 separated bikeway between 53rd and 67th. It's like a solid pink line. And I was just wondering what the definition of existing is there.
That's a great question. Lisa, are you able to?
Yeah. Can you say the extent of the San Pablo? It's showing existing.
Yeah, my interpretation was that it was the solid pink line indicated existing class 4 on San Pablo between about 53rd and 67th.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know that we had a little bit of a cartography thing that we had to fix. So I think that's an artifact of that. But the draft plan that we have shown on the Emeryville Moves website has that map as a dashed line, as it should be.
Okay, thanks. And yeah, I think on here it's correct. I think I noticed that earlier. It's a little hard for me to see right now, but yeah, it's dashed here. So I just I wanted to question that. And then a very detailed question on page 44 of the report. It refers to the TIMS database on bike and ped related collisions. And it looked like the last year available was 2018. And I was wondering if any more recent year was available at this point.
Well, Lisa, you may know better because you do more mapping, but there's usually about a 2-year lag for them to kind of clean that data up and make it public. So we may be ready for 2019 now, but I'm not sure, Lisa, if you have a recent.
Yeah, exactly. There's like a 2-year lag before they're finalized. And then we also started this plan about 2 years ago. So that's going to be showing like our early 2020 collision analysis.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, great. I just wanted to check on that because that was my guess, is that it got started a few years ago and that there may be more detailed data available now by this point that could be updated, but I'll leave that with you. And my last question was already answered. So great, let's go ahead and open public comment now. So
Brett, can we take this slideshow down, please?
Yes.
oh, thank you. That's great. All right, so Charlie, the public comment period is now open at 7:42. Speakers will have 3 minutes each. And if you can please read the public comment on agenda items section of the script.
Now is the time for the public comment on this item. Anyone who wishes to make comments related to items, anyone who wishes to make comments related to this item should have submitted your online speaker card by now. 3 minutes will be allowed for me to read your comments into the record. If you are participating in tonight's meeting via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature visible on your screen, or if you are calling in, press *9 on your phone. So at this time, I will check to see if anyone has raised hands in the attendees. I do not see any. I will double check my email for online speaker cards. I have not received any in the last few minutes. However, I do have an online speaker card for this item that was received earlier today. Just give me a second to find it here. And here, oops. All right, here it is. And I will time this for 3 minutes. Okay, this is from Lisa Findley at 6019 Christie Avenue. She says, as a resident of the Christie Avenue Commons, I commend the team for this careful study envisioning a more connected, active community. A few comments. 1, the plan seems to underinvest in new and improved pedestrian development and overinvest in bicycles, scooter, e-bikes, motorized skateboards, etc. The focus for expenditure on pedestrians is primarily one of safety at crossings. This is crucial, of course, but where is further enhancement and development of pedestrian networks? 2, related to this, bikes don't have to have access everywhere. I stridently object to the introduction of bicycles on the pedestrian paths at the Marina Park. This is not part of the Bay Trail, it is a public park. Sharing the path is generally a fine idea and is instituted throughout most of the pedestrian network in Emeryville, including the entire official Bay Trail along the waterfront from University Avenue to Powell Street. But at Marina Park, dogs and children and elders linger along with couples and families on weekends and evenings. Even if the path is widened, the speed of bicycles is disruptive, dangerous, and does not fit with this lovely contemplative edge of the bay. Keep the park park-like, quiet and slow-moving, conducive to picnics, sunset watching, and flying kites. Bicyclists can easily dismount and walk an improved path to enjoy this unique park with everyone else. 3, No mention is made that I could find of the improvement or redesign of the pedestrian crossing over the railroad tracks at Powell Street. It is a logical extension of the mentioned connection between Christie and Hollis, but it is not explicitly discussed. This is a significant undertaking, and the long overdue work should not be placed in the study bucket, but should be undertaken immediately. The approach and lighting is currently dangerous, and the design of the walkway itself could be drastically improved. 4, along with all this planning should be strategies for signage and enforcement. As a regular pedestrian in the city, I am constantly startled by people riding bicycles or scooters on pedestrian sidewalks, and I regularly end up moving randomly parked scooters out of the way of the sidewalk to make sure that anyone in a wheelchair or with a stroller will be able to get through. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the plan. And that concludes that public comment. Let me just take a quick look to see if I've received any more. I have not. And another quick check of the attendee list. I see no raised hands in the attendee list. I think that is the sum of the public comments.
Okay, great. So seeing no more speakers, the public comment period is now closed at 7:46, and we'll now turn to commissioner comments and feedback. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, may I just, I don't usually do this, but I'd just like to respond quickly to one of Ms. Findley's comments. She mentioned improvements to the pedestrian bridge at Powell Street. And I would just like to note that that bridge is not ADA compliant because it has stairs at both ends and there are no ramps or elevators that would allow wheelchair access to it. Therefore, improving it would be a massive undertaking because it's allowed to stay as it is because it's non-conforming. But if any improvements were made to it, ramps would have to be added or elevators would have to be added. So I think that's why it's not considered a quick fix. Just want to put that out there.
Thank you, Charlie. Okay, great. So let's go ahead and move to comments and feedback. Is there anyone who'd like to go first? Nope. Okay, then I'm going to go in the order I have in front of me. Oh, yes. Commissioner Moore, go ahead.
Oh, you could go first if you
No,
like.
I'd love volunteers. Even better.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't want the previous questions to seem, down on the plan. Overall, I think it's very impressive. It's ambitious. It looks, I think, quite holistically at getting around in the city, and I think for that, I think it's a very far-reaching plan, and I think it presents a great vision for where we want to be. But I think where it falls a little short, and this came up in the comments, and there's certain things that we might consider low-hanging fruit that might be able to be implemented sooner rather than later, and might even be complementary to a future kind of overhaul. Take that Emeryville loop or the 40th and corridor and San Pablo, and I don't think it's within the purview of the plan, it sounds like, to make these kind of recommendations, but I do think it's possible to call out where these types of improvements could have immediate benefit, and that's a tool that we can then hold out and say this is a justification. This is why something, we don't necessarily need to study in perpetuity some basic traffic safety improvement at a very specific location. So I'd like to just consider where those locations could be called out.
Great, thank you. All right. Anyone else who'd like to go next?
Sure.
Okay, Commissioner Hamney, go ahead.
Yes, so one thing about the Powell and Christie crossing, which because I live on Christie, and I actually would not recommend no turn on red because there's so few cars that can back up from Powell to the Shell Mound intersection that if there were no turn on red, there would be many situations where one coming from further north on Christie would not be able to end up getting into that into the space between Shell Mound and Christie. However, I do think there's one easy or a potential easy solution, and that is, to improve the situation. And that is right now, when the pedestrian crossing light is hit, the cars on Christie can't have a green light turning right onto Powell. I think when the pedestrian light are activated, there should be no cars. There should be red lights for all cars. And because that's what's really quite dangerous is cars zoom around that corner, and the pedestrians oftentimes have to wave and stop those cars. So I think if the cars on Christie going south, turning right onto Powell were not allowed to have a green light when the pedestrian light is activated, that would greatly improve the safety. And so that I would think is hopefully just a software change. But anyway, that would be my suggestion. But I do think that crossing is really a horrible crossing, as well as the bridge undercrossing at Powell is absolutely horrible. And like I mentioned, Caltrans, when they put up that fence and narrowed down that space, they really exacerbated a problem. So now it's about a 3-foot sidewalk to get through, and I bike a lot, and oftentimes they end up going into the street because there's not enough space, and then there's those cars moving rapidly there. So that's actually a very dangerous situation. But to the Bay Trail question, I have a lot of concerns about a shared bike path with the Bay Trail pedestrians. And I'm speaking as a biker and as a pedestrian. And the concerns are that's a place, it's not 8 to 80 that was mentioned. It's like 1 to 80. There are a lot of people walking toddlers. There are a lot of people walking dogs that are off leash. And so if there were a shared trail and a bike was going by and a toddler suddenly darted one way or a dog darted one way or another, I could easily see the possibility for collisions. I was living in Minneapolis when unfortunately a pedestrian was killed by a biker on a lakeside path. So I know that there's a danger issue, and I think that the study that would look at that Bay Trail shared path needs to consider the danger issues, because the other thing about that trail is there are some sharp corners that are not, are not appropriate for bikes, and don't allow a clear viewpoint. And so I think that this needs to take into account all these kinds of issues in terms of the scope of the study. So safety, I think, is a big issue. The other thing is, what's really nice on at that place is the corner, right at the corner at the East Bay Hong Kong East Asian restaurant, where they have the benches and the trees. You can sit there, and it's quite contemplative. And having bikes passing in front of you between the water and your view does definitely change the nature of that space. And having some people walk by is fine. But I think the idea of a contemplative aspect where bikers are not intersecting your view of the water also needs to be included. And of course, a design possibly could do that by taking the trail behind the space on the far side of the water. But that needs to also be considered as part of that Bay Trail system. So anyway, I think I would just say that the safety needs to be paramount in that space, because it's a pretty high density use of people of all ages, including a lot of seniors too. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hemney. Commissioner Moore, did you want to respond to those comments?
Oh, yeah, actually, I just thought it was, I liked what Commissioner Henry said about the, I didn't want to quite leave. I think he was onto something with the not turning. It's not necessarily no turn on red. It's no turn on red in conjunction with a pedestrian crossing signal. But I don't know what that's, what would you call that, and how would you indicate that to traffic? Maybe somebody knows.
It sounds a little bit like a pedestrian scramble, but I don't know if that's exactly what was being proposed or not.
Yeah, because
Well-
actually right now the pedestrian light can be on, and the cars have a green light if they're going from Christie heading south. If you're going from Powell, turning on to Christie, it's a red light. So really the only place where there's a green light when the pedestrian light is on, I believe, is when you're heading south on Christie.
Charlie, did you want to respond? Go ahead.
Well, I'll just say also in my experience, when the pedestrian light is on crossing Christie on the south side of the intersection, the cars coming east on Powell Street have a green light, because there is a conflict at that crosswalk also. But I was just going to say that there are some situations where it's not necessarily a pedestrian scramble, which means that all the lights for all the cars are red in all directions. But you can have a similar to a left turn signal that has a left pointing arrow. You can also have a right pointing arrow. And if the right pointing arrow is red, then it's, hopefully clear that you're not supposed to turn left when that right pointing arrow is red. So you could have a right turn signal like that. And it could be green, except when somebody pressed the pedestrian signal, and then it would turn to red. And cars could still go straight on a green light, but they couldn't turn right on that red light. And if you want something that's even more emphatic than that, at the corner of College Avenue and Claremont in Oakland, in the Rock Ridge neighborhood, there is it's similar to what we have actually on Shellmount Street at 65th Street at the railroad crossing. There is a big no right turn sign, just one of those international no right turn arrows with a red slash through it that is lit up, and it comes on when you're not supposed to turn right, and it goes off when it's okay to turn right. So that's really hard to miss. So we could, consider something like that.
And that's definitely more nuanced and I think less controversial than a full no turn on red. So maybe I could modify my comment to the team and for the plan is to add more of the, we're talking about tools in the toolbox where you're calling those out. Could we call out some of these more unconventional, but things that might actually be helpful and more easy to implement? So I would modify my comment to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd add a strong vote of support for that one as well. Other commissioner comments? Commissioner Gazzoni, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like to say I do share the safety concerns other people are articulating, but I did want to say that essentially I think this plan looks really great, and I think hopefully it can lead us to a state where organizations like League of American Bicyclists are not giving us a silver rating or giving us a much higher rating. And I think that improving walkability and bikeability and other active transportation in Emeryville is just going to be a huge improvement on it. In terms of building community, in terms of environmental considerations. One of the things I did really like about this is the emphasis on equity, and that was focusing on both residents and workers. And I think that's really wise, because I think that to make sure that we really facilitate great pedestrian and active transportation methods for people who are coming here during the day to shop or to work is an important thing. And a lot of this harmonizes with other concerns that the commission has had in the past. So I think this will be a good tool to helping to realize some of those issues. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Any other commissioners that would like to comment?
I'll comment briefly, Chair Chick. Plan is great. Super excited about it. I think, some of Emeryville's biggest challenges are, Caltrans related, either, along Powell or along San Pablo. And I just can't wait for the big ACTC project to happen. And I'm so excited. The city's so supportive of all the great projects that are going to happen all along the corridor. So thank you, Steph.
Great. All right. Commissioner Jam, any comments?
I think this is a very good plan and follows the general plan. The only thing I want to echo what other commissioners said, I think we can consider some short-term fixes for safety, especially pedestrian safety, and maybe we can have consider in the design that pedestrian is number 4 in the general plan, and the other transportation is number 5. So focus a little bit more on the walkability of the project. Other than that, everything looks perfect.
Great, thank you. And Commissioner Wax, any comments?
I've had the opportunity to comment on this like fairly recently at BPAC. I want to reiterate that I do think it's a great plan, and I really appreciate all the work that went into it and in these repeated and frequent presentations to update us and give us an opportunity to comment. I will say about the Bay or the, you know what, actually scratch that. I'm just going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, great. So I just had a couple of things I wanted to add in. One was that I appreciated the mentions of other city planning documents at the beginning of the plan, like the climate action plan, for example, because I think it helps to mainstream some of the solutions that are mentioned here and link them to existing priorities within the city. I also wanted to focus a little bit on the distribution of improvements that are suggested in the plan. And I'll start by saying that I really appreciate the focus on equity throughout the plan and that it was a very obvious component of the plan. So I think this is well reflected. I wanted to bring up that on the Planning Commission, we've had a role in approving hundreds of new units of housing in the southern Emeryville area, especially along San Pablo. And when you take that together with the fact that most of the hotspot problem intersections are in South Emeryville along San Pablo and 40th, I think that's a really clear area for investment and priority within the city. And so when it goes to the next stage, you know, as much as you can emphasize that in the plan, I think that will help with prioritizing where to seek funding, which projects to bring out first, et cetera. The Greenway has been amazing for northern parts of Emeryville, and people, I think, actively come to that area, especially to seek out areas for their kids to be able to learn how to bike or to have a place where they can, you know, walk safely without conflicts. And as far as I know, there's really no equivalent of that in the southern part of the city. So the more that we can improve those day-to-day crossings, especially in buildings where we've basically not built any parking into it with the assumption that people are going to be traveling by transit, walking, or biking. I mean, we're setting ourselves up for failure unless we invest in those areas soon. That's my major comment. And then I just wanted to bring up that this discussion about bike path access at the marina, and I know it's an area for further study. On page 51 in map 14, it shows where there's green areas of the city. It's like painted green, showing where there's separated bike lanes or paths where all ages can safely travel. And there's very few places like that in the city. And so I actually would advocate for keeping bike access on the marina, because I think it's really important for kids to have a place to practice learning how to bicycle, and their parents going with them on bikes as well. Because if they don't have a place to learn how to bike, how are they going to become the bicyclists that we want to see in the future, right? We need to have a place for that safe practice. So I just would encourage you to keep that in mind. And then I think there was one more thing. Oh, and I just wanted to mention on page 123, there's a mention of car-free streets event recommendations. So holding a car-free street event, something like, once a month or a couple of times a year. I've actually been really surprised that we haven't done that more in Emeryville already. And so I think that it would be great to emphasize that that's a quick way of trying out other uses of city space, including streets, and helping people to see what it could look like in the future with a different configuration of movement. And then finally, very last comment, we've talked about the Christie and Powell intersection, especially the south side of it, as I think Charlie mentioned before. That's a major link to the Bay Trail and getting out towards the marina. If we're looking at this as an all ages access issue, not most ages, most children will never be able to use that intersection by themselves, maybe until they're an adult and they're in the fearless category. And so, that to me, that's also a really high priority area, because if we want to connect our city and we want bicyclists to be able to come from other places using the Bay Trail, then it's extremely important to make sure that they can pass through that intersection safely. So I will stop there. I'll just check and see if anyone else has a last comment to add in. Nope. Okay, and then I'll check with Brett and Navarre and see if you have what you need, any questions for the commission before we wrap this one up.
I'll say that I appreciate everybody's comments, that all of this was very helpful, that this will be going to the Transportation Committee as well and to City Council as well for comments. So there's continued opportunities for commenting on this, as well as, of course, anytime you can submit plans. There's a link on the emeryvillemoves.org website, or you can send them directly to me as well. Particularly if you find something detailed, for example, Chair Shea, if you had the comment about the line on the portion of San Pablo Avenue, if you find something like that, there's a lot of details in this plan. Feel free to send them over to me, and we'll look at it and see what's going on, right? Because there's a lot going on in here, and having as many eyes as possible is great. So don't hesitate to send me something if you notice something.
Thank you so much. And thank you both for all of your work on this. It's really, really an amazing amount of work, and I'm excited to see it move forward. All right. Does anyone need a break before we move to item 9.2? Yes. Okay. Let's do a 5-minute break. So we'll come back at 8:11.
Just real quickly, I'm recused for the next item, so I'm going to leave now. And then Charlie, if you can text me when you're ready for me to come back in.
I will certainly do so.
Charlie, do we need him to
Thank you.
state his recusal again right now? Should we just
Oh.
open the item and
I see Christy nodding.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll move
Yeah.
on to item 9.2. Don't worry if you've already turned your camera off. This is the Bay Center Life Science Project. And Commissioner Gazzoni, go ahead and state your conflict.
Okay. Yes, I have one of the parties to this is a client of my employer, so I will recuse myself on this item.
Okay, great. So we'll come back at 8:12. All right, who is back? Let's see. Couple. Commissioner Wax, are you back? Charlie, is it okay if we get started with the staff presentation?
Fine with me. You ready, Miru?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Whenever you're ready, Mira, go ahead.
Will do. All right. Good evening, Commission. This is the second study session on the Bay Center project. I'll give me a minute to share my screen. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, it's not in slideshow mode yet. There we go. Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, so like I mentioned, this is the second study session on the Bay Center Life Science Project. The first study session was early in the year in March. Several comments were provided, and the applicant has tried to respond to the comments provided by the Commission. So just to familiarize, the site area is bounded by 65th, 64th, Christie, and Lacoste. The project area is roughly 7.63 acre site, and it's divided. There are 3 existing parcels, and there's a subdivision application in to divide these 3 parcels into 4 parcels in order to create a parcel for the project. So parcel 4 is the parcel that will be created in order to accommodate the proposed development. Like I've mentioned, there are 3 existing buildings, and this kind of shows you how their square footage and how tall they are. In addition, as you saw from the aerial, there's a surface parking lot which accommodates about 450 vehicle spaces. So the project description is it has not changed in terms of the proposal. There's going to be 2 new buildings. One will be an research and development building, a 6-story, 96-foot tall, accommodating 210 square feet of life science use. And there's a new 596 space parking garage. This was the previous site plan that the Commission reviewed at the March study session. This has been revised to this site plan, and the major changes is how the site is accessed. One of the key comments that was made at the last study session was having using 3 sites to access the site: Lacoste, 64th, and 65th. They have now restricted all entries and exits to 64th and 65th. In addition, they have removed almost all the surface parking spaces that they were still showing, except for the 6 accessible parking spaces here. In addition, they have also created further details in providing more green or open areas. I will also talk a little bit about the garage design that has also been revised. So this was the previous circulation. Like I mentioned, the site was accessed on all 3 sides. This is the revised circulation. You can see the vehicular, how the vehicles will access the garage, as well as how the servicing will occur on the site. Just to note, these service yards are existing, and the service yard will be the new one for the proposed building. This kind of shows you the pedestrian pathway. There's a great entryway that has been created, and the dots show entries of the individual buildings. So the garage building has changed considerably. First is, if you see this is the original footprint of the proposed garage. This has changed. The garage is now lower and wider, and with the height reduced from 7 levels to 6 level, and the width has expanded to the south at about 85 feet. In addition, the capacity of the garage has also increased from 505 to 596, and this is to accommodate the loss of the surface parking that they were showing earlier, which was about 86 parking spaces. This is the garage design. At the bottom is the west elevation facing I-80. And essentially what they will be using the public art to provide articulation to this facade. They have retained an artist, Rob Lay, to provide art specifically for this building. This is about, the width is about 275 feet, and it will and the public art, and the applicant will speak further on this, is basically composed of a series of about 3,000 folded aluminum plates, which are painted in blue, green, gray, and white colors. And the goal of the art work is to evoke the energy of the waves crashing on the shoreline. There are other elevations, the north and the south and the east elevation would have this sort of a screening concept with facade panels and painted concrete. The R&D elevations have not changed. The height has not changed. The total square footage has not changed. And the building materials that they had proposed last time have also not changed. This is the rendering of the west elevation of both the R&D building as well as the garage building. And just as a reminder, this was what they were showing in March. And this rendering is in the aerial of the proposed project. So in terms of conformity to the planning regulations, the general plan designation here is mixed use with non-residential. A variety of non-residential uses are permitted in this zoning, including research and development, as well as office, retail, and hotels. On larger sites, more than one use is required, and on smaller sites, a single use may be permitted. And I will talk a little bit more on this when I go into the zoning regulations. So the zoning district is also mixed use with non-residential, and on the sites between 1 to 5 acres, which is this site, proposals require a CUP and a mix of uses is required unless the applicant can convincingly demonstrate that the mix of uses is infeasible. And in terms of the mix of uses that are possible here, in addition to R&D, they can have retail, hotel, and recreational uses. Residential is not permitted in the zoning district. The base FAR on the site is 2 and the bonus is 4. They're proposing an FAR of 1.8 so that the project will not require bonus points for FAR. The base height is 50, the bonus height is 100, and the R&D building is the taller of the two buildings and it stands at 96 feet. So the project will require 92 bonus points for height. As you know, bonus points, half of them need to be earned by provision of affordable housing and half by provision of community benefits. When it is a non-residential development, then they need to provide the double of affordable housing impact fee. And in this case, as 46 points are needed, it will need to pay 90% additional affordable housing impact fee at the time of building permit issuance. At today's dollar, this would amount to about $2 million. The actual fee will be whatever the affordable housing impact fee is at the time of building permit issuance. The remainder community benefits, the remaining bonus points will need to be obtained by providing community benefits, and the possible benefits include additional open space, zero net energy, public improvements, utility undergrounding, or contribution to the city's small business fund. And of course, there's always the undefined flexible community benefit. At this time, applicant has not identified how they plan to obtain community benefits related to bonus points. In terms of parking, the maximum parking permitted for this site, and that will include all the 3 existing buildings as well as the proposed buildings, is 1,190 spaces. They are providing, there is an off-site parking existing garage that will be 595. The new garage, as I mentioned, will accommodate 596. There are 6 accessible surface parking spaces, which comes to a total of 1,197. The project will need to eliminate 7 parking spaces in order to meet city requirements, and I don't believe this should be an issue. Bicycle parking, there is 1 long-term, 1 short-term parking space for every 10 auto parking spaces indicated as the estimated parking demand. The estimated parking demand is 1,080 spaces, so that triggers 108 long-term and 108 short-term bicycle spaces. The applicant has not yet identified locations and the number of bicycle parking spaces, which they would need to do in order for this project to move forward. Loading, the requirement that is triggered is 2 medium loading spaces, and they do provide that in the service yard adjacent to the new R&D building. Open space, so these are the open space requirements for the employees of the project, and the requirement is that 5% of the gross floor area be designated as common open space, of which 1% needs to be POPOs, which are publicly accessible open spaces. So this calculates to 10,500 square feet of open space, of which 2,100 needs to be in form of POPOs. The proposal has identified 9 POPOs, which add up to about 24,000 square feet, of which 10,000 square feet is softscaped, have been identified. So essentially, they are providing all their common open space in form of POPOs. And these are the different 9 designated areas that have been identified for open space. The project was reviewed at the DCC in October, and the proposed revisions to the circulation and the garage design were well received. The public works staff commented that all 4 street frontages would need to be widened to have at least 7.5 feet of pedestrian walkway and a 4.5-foot landscape planter, as well as adequate street lighting. They also mentioned that a mid-block RRFP would need to be installed on Christie Avenue, and as well as ADA-compliant crosswalks would be required as part of the project at crosswalks where they are not compliant with the ADA. Need to include information on lighting and providing nighttime elevations were also noted. The staff also noted the bicycle parking needs to be identified and proposed. And so that is basically the main comments that were made at the DCC. So in terms of the questions in front of the commission today is the commission satisfied with the revised site plan and circulation? Does the commission have any comments on the current design of life science building and the garage? And in terms of mix of uses, what mix of uses would the commission like to see at this site? Alternatively, what information does the applicant need to provide to demonstrate that a mix of uses is not feasible at this site? So that concludes my presentation. The applicant does have a presentation for you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thanks so much, Miru. Commissioners, does anyone have a clarifying question for Miru? Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Real quick, Miru, you had a slide that showed how the project tied into the, at least where the bike path is, an interface with the Ashby interchange with the new bridge and pedestrian walkway there. Would you be able to talk a little bit more about what that interface looks like, just so we have a sense of what's being planned on that portion of the site?
I don't have a slide right now, but I can dig something in if you give me a few minutes.
Oh, I thought I saw something highlighted, one of your early slides. Maybe it was not super detailed, but at least it showed something.
Okay, let me see if let me share.
Yeah.
Is
Oh,
this?
there's something.
So did you want the details of this area right here?
Or just what does the maybe there's nothing special that the site needs to do to interface with that, but it's just a question to consider.
Right. So as I mentioned, if I show this, this is what they are proposing, and they can also speak a little bit more about that in order to kind of acknowledge and recognize what might be coming in through the Ashby interchange. Is they're proposing a bike station right here, so that to facilitate the bicycle traffic that would be coming from this direction. So other than that, there's not much further detail of what this would look like at this moment.
Okay, thank you.
Any other clarifying questions for Miru at this time? Seeing none, we can go to the applicant's presentation.
Hi, commissioners and staff. My name is Tom Wagner. I'm with Harvest Properties. We're the owners of the property, and we've owned the property since I think it's been 2007. So we've owned it for some time now. As Maru mentioned, our goal is to obviously expand the campus with a life science building that, gives a nod to the existing architecture on the site, but yet is, call it, slightly more modern and efficient than the existing buildings. From our March 4th meeting, we've had an study session. We've had an opportunity, obviously, to further design the plans to better identify some of the public open space, further develop the parking garage, identify the public art, and then address what we took away from the last meeting as kind of three, I think, of the more major comments was site access, screening of the parking garage, and eliminating surface parking. So I think we have done our best to address all three of those as best as possible on the site, recognizing that we're working on, a site that's already got three existing buildings, and trying to incorporate, maintain, obviously, access to those buildings, service area, parking, et cetera. With that said, we have our consultants here that can walk through these plans in more detail and better explain some of the questions, such as what's proposed in the bike area, dog park, et cetera. So, Maru, I don't know if they've been promoted yet or not, but Samuel with DGA can walk through the plans.
Yes, they have been promoted.
Okay. Samuel, I'll turn it over to you.
Tom. Apologies, everyone. Okay, yes, I want to thank the commission for hearing our project tonight. And as Tom mentioned, back in March, we did an earlier study session, and really the developer and the design team took the comments that were provided by the commission really to heart. And we think we've come back with a very strong plan that not only addresses those, but really does creates a space for the community and interfaces, as was mentioned, with some of the improvements that the city is planning on making, such as the bike trail. But as noted, this project is along Christie and I-80 and it's bounded by 65th on the north and 64th on the south. Miru gave a very nice summary of the basic project information. As she noted, we are showing 7 stalls above what is allowed, and the intention is to comply with the limit. So the reduction of that will be taken into account. And then also, as noted, following up on one of the commission's comments about the eliminating the surface parking, we were able to shift all of that surface parking into the garage structure, and but left 6 stalls on the surface, which I think when you see the plan, you'll understand kind of the priority there with those. And then with the bicycle parking, these plans do not identify the location, the exact location of the bicycle storage areas and parking. But since this package was submitted, these areas have been have started to be identified and designed. So a lot of the long-term parking, bicycle parking will now be in the garage, where it'll be secure and out of the weather. As noted, this was the previous site plan from the study session back in March. The existing site are the 3 triangular shaped buildings along the top of the page here, buildings A through C. And currently all of the site below that, which fronts the interstate, is all surface parking. So this project is really designed on a suburban paradigm where it's very vehicle centric. And what we're trying to do is really to create a space that's much more pedestrian friendly and much more accessible by other means of transportation, including bicycles and public transit. We had proposed the building here, which, as noted, that has not changed in this plan, and a garage structure here. The garage did end up changing because of the parking, which was eliminated, all the surface parking, as noted, minus the 6 stalls. We removed all vehicular access from Lacoste Street in anticipation of Lacoste becoming a Class 1 shared use path, as noted in the previous study session. And we've provided numerous, up to 9 public open spaces, and screened the garage. So again, we really wanted to reduce that vehicular impact on the campus and move away from that kind of paradigm, that vehicle-centric paradigm, into something more pedestrian-oriented, to really engage and connect with the bike path in a meaningful way, and in a way that would enhance the experience for people using that public trail. Introducing the 9 public amenities and screening the garage in a way that we think is very exciting. And we recognize that this project, being along the interstate, is really part of the front door to Emeryville. And we looked, and we've engaged an artist who will present later to create a large-scale public artwork that will really be a beacon for the city. So this plan identifies where the orange dots are the various entries, main entries to the buildings. There's centered on this existing space between buildings A and B. We've created an arrival plaza, and that really focuses on the front door to this new building. So the idea with that is really that the space draws people in through there. We've tried to minimize the vehicular impact as much as possible through the use of, just landscaping and hardscape and materials, and really trying to limit just how much paving there is overall. There's that pedestrian entry. So you can see it's really about engaging the city in a very direct way, even though this building is set back away from Christie Avenue. And it really engages the city in a very pedestrian oriented way. The idea is that the front door is really meant to be seen by a pedestrian first and foremost, rather than from a vehicle. And again, we're engaging that bike path with a Popos area, which we'll discuss a little bit later, the bike station, and then a set of steps that occur here along the new building. And with that, I'd like to hand it over to the landscape architect to go into a little more detail on the site design.
Sure. Thanks, Samuel. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
I'm not on mute. This is Rich Sharp with Studio 5 Design with the landscape architects working on the project. Thank you for your time tonight. So what we have, we have a master plan here, followed by a series of kind of conceptual imagery or character imagery of the site. And then, as Samuel said, we kind of dive into each of the 9 Popos areas where we'll show you some enlargement plans. But Samuel, if I could just go back to that plan slide real quick, just conceptually from an overall arching landscape concept, I think Samuel touched on this. Our goal was, not only to create amenities within the site for the users and public in terms of the Popos interface spaces, but really to think about the site in a bigger context of the improvements with the bike fly lane and how does the gestures of the project north of 65th Street with their open space allocation really register with our site's open space gesture that moves through the center of the project to create kind of, the same way the Greenway works, moving through mid-block sections of projects, that we extend that sort of finger of open space to move through this project so that, our improvements not only work for the current users of the building, but for the greater public at large. And the way that takes shape around the site, obviously Christie has a more kind of rhythmic urban edge, we're calling it. You have the buildings that are modulated. You have these sort of consistent courtyard spaces that we're calling commons that kind of straddle between buildings A and B and B and C. And those are existing, but they're underused, they're sunken, they're not ADA compliant. They're walled off with sort of an arcade structure. So all of that is kind of coming off. We're lifting those spaces up to grade so they're ADA compliant. Because they're part of Popos, we're tying the seating areas more to the public right away to the street edge. We have the large lawn area at each, which doubles as like an all hands space for the tenants, but also doubles as usable space for programming or just casual use, unprogrammed use of the lawn space. Those spaces sort of pierce into the project, as Samuel said, in the form of the drop off at the new building with that south lawn. The north lawn terminates on a multi-purpose sports court, which effectively becomes a 10th Popos element that we didn't show in our Popos counts, but that would effectively be a 10th usable amenity space. On the 64th and 65th edges, before we kind of dive into the courtyard, I want to point out to the commissioners, you may or may not be aware, there's about 5+ feet of grade change on this site. The finished floors down to 64th and 65th and down to Lacoste. The new buildings and garage are sitting at the same level. So we have this sort of elevated condition. And the only place where it levels out is at those commons, between the buildings B and C and A and B, where it registers on Christie Street at grade. And so right now, the conditions are these steep slopes that run off the buildings in sort of suburban-esque landscape, as Samuel said. And we tried to, again, urbanize those edges with what we were calling porches, sort of side seating terraces that greet the intersections and pull people in off the intersection and into the space from the Christie side. And then as you move into the courtyard, you'll see that our landscape gesture becomes more sort of fluid. And part of the catalyst for that was, the collision of lots of geometries, the existing architectural kind of wedge shapes of the building with the new sort of streamlined architecture and garage footprints. How do we resolve all that geometry in there? And so this idea of a fluid gesture that ties to the future project north of 65th Street as an open space component. And then also you have views at this point to the bay. And we really were trying to make what we were calling a coastal garden expression in that courtyard. We're picking up all the C3 amenity areas in there. We're creating sort of equitable seating areas for each of the buildings. Tenants have breakout spaces. And then that fluid gesture, runs out to 64th Street to the south and 65th Street to the north and terminates on these Popos spaces that are the bike repair stand and shelter and basically a pocket park off of the future bike trail. And then these, what we're calling mid-level terraces off of 64th and 65th Street that have, again, views for people sitting there as public seating areas looking to the bay. So we tried to take advantage of the elevation of the site to create public opportunities for seating at the edges of the space that look to the bay. So like, it was very strategic. I mean, it's a lot of little pieces in here, but we tried to kind of tether them all together. We can move to the next slide. Samuel, show some of the character imagery. So the top row is really trying to speak to how we anticipate hardscape areas working with the buildings rather than wrapping all the buildings with, foundation planting. We certainly have some of that, but the idea that we can get paving up against the architecture and create this sort of more kind of urban quality outdoor gathering spaces, modulated paving, so we can use permeable base rock and reduce our C3 footprint requirements on the site. This just speaks to the character of materiality for the hardscape, that top row. The second row is speaking to trellis elements that we're introducing in the courtyard, again, as like transitional scale pieces between the existing buildings, which, as Tom said, are a little dated, and kind of the contemporary ground plane. We're using these trellises to sort of soften that interface of existing glass. The images on that second row to the right are speaking to the character of that courtyard landscape, where we're bringing in native trees, native and adaptive grasses that create what we call wet meadows. So we pick up all the C3 filtration areas as part of the aesthetic and features of the campus instead of an engineered exercise in the parking lot. So, we're trying to make it almost like an interpretive garden. The lower images speak to that sort of wet meadow concept. Those are all, images of like a baylands type treatment landscape areas that can be very powerful as a landscape gesture in the courtyard, and also viewing opportunities from the folks looking down into the courtyard. You can go to the next slide. This, again, speaking to the grade changes and the edge conditions. That top row, the courtyard seating areas, we want, even though they're internal in the courtyard, we want them to have a bit of an overlook quality. So we're recessing the filtration areas. That riprap character is kind of that edge of bay character. You see it, we're trying to do it more and more along the coast of the bay here. You see a lot in like Battery Park in New York. We're just trying to draw that raw rock character set against a beautiful glass building as a kind of a nice juxtaposition. And then the idea of seating under tree canopy that we're depicting there with the images to the right. And then, of course, at the grade change, looking out to Lacoste, of that step seating area that's depicted in the second row with views to the bay over the freeway. And then the lower row, just speaking to the textural benefits of modulated paving, whether it's stone, in this case, it would be concrete unit pavers, and potentially some wood decking inlay to warm up the ground plane. And then the last two images there to the right, lower right, speak to that sort of commons idea between the buildings as like an urban green that can be very simple, movable furniture between the buildings as a formal, and then the very right picture of just the character of the courtyard as more of a fluid gesture that speaks to the edge of bay that's kind of visible from the campus. Next slide. And this, as Maru had shown, highlights those Popos locations. And if we can go to the next slide, we'd speak to each of those. So we've sort of highlighted them as a vignette plan, and then just some SketchUp views. So the upper left is a view from Christie and 65th Street. You can see the grade change. We're introducing a site wall to hold the corner of the building, and then this sort of urban portal staircase that takes you up to what we're calling the building C porch, and then you move either along the building or up that slope walkway for ADA accessibility. And that's where you hit that second Popos area, which is sort of the intermediate terrace with views to the bay. And then you move into the courtyard spaces. And the lower picture just shows, bird's eye views of that experience. And then the bottom right picture, again, is kind of a bird's eye to see that the quality of that terrace. So instead of an engineered slope that's got failing plant material on it now, it becomes a very useful front terrace to the building. And then the slide up at the top image I should touch on too is 64th Street view. So that's the bus stop that exists there. We're building a a canopy piece into that. There's a fountain that we're removing there. We're doing that again because we're going to try, we need to hit WLO water calcs, water fountains, as you know, when we have to recalculate the site, draw a ton of the water use availability out of the project. And that water feature, although attractive, there's one on the other side of the street. We thought we would complement it on this side with this urban stair and this sort of portal into the project. There's opportunity for signage on that wall. And it just feels like a more sustainable approach to the project rethink than keeping a fountain that's probably nearing the end of its lifetime in terms of functionality. Next slide. These are some of those images of that Popos area. So stepping up into the space, you can see in that upper right picture, the second picture with a kind of urban stair, getting playful with the paving inlays at those corners as kind of an urban corner plaza with sort of pixelated paving texture. And then the bus stop shelter at the lower left picture is a possibility. And then the cantilever seat is that lower right picture, introducing some wood elements to kind of warm up the project. Next slide. So this is the enlargement of the commons area between buildings, I think B and C. Again, right now there's a big kind of arcade along there that really severs your view into the interior of the project. We're removing that, bringing the grade up, flattening the space out, and making it very accessible to the public, and opportunities for signage and views into the Building D lobby, as Samuel indicated. Next slide. This is speaking to those where the interior courtyard, the meandering kind of fluvial geometry registers on 64th Street and 65th Street. We have 5 feet of grade change, so we're at about 2.5, 3 feet up. We introduced these sort of intermediate landings between the climb, ascending into the courtyard, that creates this public opportunity so people can pull off the sidewalk, sit, views to the bay that are unencumbered by the buildings that sit forward of them, and they interact with the upper terrace that's kind of relegated for the tenants of the building. So you get this sort of layered public private spaces kind of interacting together. Next slide. And these just kind of speak to the character of that space. The upper left image, the idea of using a crushed stone. We've had a lot of success in Palo Alto with a gravel paved system with 3/8 inch gravel. So it doesn't track into buildings, it's loose, it's ADA rated, it's permeable, and it just feels more, European park-like than everything being, paved. I think I spoke to most of these images on earlier character, but just speaking to the amount of canopy, the amount of pockets of lawn in more formal places, and then edge seating along all the buildings. You can go to the next slide. And then the dog park along 64th Street on the south side of the project, again, where the open space, the interior open space kind of comes out and lands on the street. We had an opportunity here to carve a dog park, and there's landform there, so it really carves in nicely into the hillside, so like a pocket into the slope. So it's secure, but we only need to fence a small section of it right where it presents itself to the sidewalk, so it doesn't feel like a corral, and it doesn't take away from the character of the landscape, but fits within the landscape, and it's right along the pathway heading out to the bike path, so it'll interface with the public really well, we feel. Next slide. And then this is one of the commissioners that asked about the character of that bike pocket park, and so this is it here. So you can see that fluid gesture kind of daylights at the interface of 65th Street and Lacoste, and it creates a lot of opportunity. There's a elevated portion where it says bench there in the plan view, where it's sort of like a promontory where you can look out over the bay. It ramps down for people in the courtyard coming to this space. It steps down at the street, so you got a little bit of an amphitheater condition for bikers to sit along a seat wall, and then that shelter to hang bikes in and do repair work. and just a gathering place. So it's a pocket park that accommodates, quite a few cyclists that would be moving along that pathway. And then to the right there is the space between building D and the garage that becomes the amenity space, not only for building D, but the grade change creates that step seating condition that we showed in some of the imagery with views to the bay. And we have a trellis element there to help buffer the garage, the scale of the garage when you're sitting in that space with, outdoor countertop for, functionality for all hands meetings out there for people. And then the ADA access up and into the space from the bike path should someone want to come into the project from this direction. And this is kind of that character of that sequence of spaces. And we see those trees between the building D and garages, like the courtyard, these sort of featured native trees. So that native character kind of spills out to the freeway. So from the freeway, there's, kind of an expression of what the courtyard landscape character is that kind of presents itself to the freeway between the two new structures. Next slide. And back to Samuel here, right?
Thanks,
Thank you.
Rich. So I'll touch briefly on the building, which is, we're still refining the design of, but again, as I mentioned, the lobby and the main entry to the building are really centered on this arrival plaza and drop-off court, which then align with that open space between the two existing buildings. So this is really about centering this entry to have that that interaction and that visual connection with the main pedestrian corridor there, which is Christie Avenue. And then part of the space on the side of the first floor would be dedicated to some sort of tenant amenity, which then connects with this exterior amenity and the step seating that Rich spoke to. The dog run is located here, and it's primarily oriented towards the street. So this wall along here, as Rich mentioned, is a site wall, and instead of having basically you feel like you're walking in a cage, you really feel like you're just in the landscape, and it doesn't feel heavily enclosed. But the gate to it is here, and that is at the same grade as the sidewalk. So people from the apartments over here will really have a nice amenity to be able to come and use directly across the street. And then loading and servicing is happening on this end of the building, and we've really gone to great lengths to screen this wall, to create a wall here, to create landscaping that really ties this off and kind of shelters the dog park. The upper floors are continuous tenant space. There's a series of balconies that happen along the freeway side there, as you can see. And I should mention also the 6 accessible stalls, and we've brought that up several times, but really the intent behind those is they're all accessible, they're all ADA, and the purpose of them is really to provide really equitable access to the building here, which is building A across the street. Because the garage is so far away, it does contain accessible parking, but we felt like it was just the right thing to do to give building A, to give people who need these spaces easy access to that building, so that they're not having to travel a long distance through the site and across multiple motorways. There's a section through the building. So as mentioned, it's the top of the occupiable floor is 96 feet, and then the mechanical screen pushes up about another 20 feet, but maybe less than that. The purpose or the design of the building and the purpose of these what we're calling these shroud elements is to really coordinate with the existing buildings. The existing buildings on the site have these brick elements to them. And while these would not be brick, we wanted to use a material that was more modern and something that's panelized, but something that also maintains that kind of masonry, that heavy, that sort of masonry stone-like quality, and that's where we're proposing the fiber cement panel that would be in a color that really coordinates with the brick. And here you can see the south elevation. This faces 64th and has the servicing, and then the east elevation, which faces inside the campus. The garage, as noted, has gotten shorter and longer, and necessarily to accommodate what was surface parking. Circulation, vehicular circulation can occur through the garage. So somebody can come here from 64th and actually circulate out to 65th, or vice versa, and then ramp up to the upper levels. And again, this parking structure contains all of the necessary accessible stalls as well, minus those 6 for building A. And then the upper levels are, we tried to park this as efficiently as possible to keep the structure as minimal and unobtrusive as possible. So the idea with the screening of the garage is really to give the garage more of a building quality, more of an architectural quality. Often you see garages with screens where it's like, it feels like the intent is really just to hide something. We wanted to really try to elevate the garage as a piece of the architecture, and is almost like another building within the site. And so that's where these facade panels come in. So it's this kind of energetic pattern of solid paneling that occurs on the outside of the garage. And then where the concrete is exposed would be painted to give it a really clean, finished look. And that wraps around all 3 elevations. And then on the west elevation, which is the side facing the freeway, is where the public art would be installed. Now we'll hand it over to the artist, Rob Lay, to speak more on this.
Hello, everyone. Are you able to hear me okay? Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah? Okay. So good evening, everyone. As Samuel said, my name is Rob Lay, and I'm the artist that is working along with the team on the project. I wanted to take maybe just a few moments and explain my practice and my approach to artwork, and then more specifically to this project. I've had the opportunity to work on a number of large-scale artworks, both in the Bay Area, but also across the country. And this is something that I've seen, I'm really drawn towards, because I see the impact that the artwork of, that's very much in a public realm and that is of certain kind of scales can really change and impact the perception of space in a really positive way. The type of work that I approach in my studio, I would kind of characterize as being very site specific. And by that, I mean that by understanding the context of a location, the artwork can be both informed by, but also then reflect the unique qualities of a community. And I think in this location specifically, there's a number of really interesting qualities that I think both most people on this call are already quite aware of. Certainly, as Samuel explained, and we see in the renderings that's shown here, the scale itself is fairly significant. It's about 275 feet long and by 47 feet tall, so it's considerable in size. But perhaps even more, let's say, interesting than that, I believe, is just the location and the way that this canvas of sorts is situated, both next to the Interstate 80, which is sort of perpetually full of motion, but then just meters away would be the bay itself. And so I took a lot of inspiration both from this constant movement of cars and travelers along the freeway, as well as this type of fluid energy that we see when there's waves crashing on the shoreline. And so, it's these forces that combined, which were really kind of driving this idea of creating an artwork that is, while it's sculptural in nature, I'm seeing it also as a very large painting. And so that the sculpture is created with approximately 3,000 of these elements that I sort of see as brush strokes. And each one of these elements is painted in a strategy where there's a color on one side and a color on the other side. And through an origami-like process of folding these unique elements, it creates a composition that offers something different for those who are traveling northbound on the 80 freeway, that they'll see, which will be in somewhat contrast to what they see when they're going southbound. And the idea being that something of this size and impact offers something that's variable to people and doesn't just kind of stay as this static composition. And so the artwork has been developed for over the last several months. We continue to develop it. I know that color is something also that is continuing to evolve. And yeah, I think that's maybe where I'll leave. I could certainly talk longer, but maybe I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. And, you know, one of the, I think the great themes of this project is that, you know, we talk a lot about making things more pedestrian, bike, and transit friendly, and really trying to undo some of the things that were done with planning around vehicles, you know, in how this site is used. But vehicles also had an impact with the freeway of severing communities from the water's edge. And I think this project does a very nice job of taking, you know, the spirit of the bay and taking the coastal grasses and that feeling and bringing it into the site. So in a way, it's really bridging these two worlds, the urban environment and the natural environment. And so we'd just like to walk you through a few visualizations of you know what is being proposed here, because I know it's a lot to take in and a lot of little pieces and details. But this is the existing site, so it's the 3 triangular buildings in this parking lot. Basically, that's all that's there right now. And what's being proposed is the addition of this garage structure with the beautiful artwork facing the freeway, and the new R&D building here along 64th. So this is the existing corner from an eye level view, standing at 64th, which is crossing us, and Christie Avenue, which runs up along the site. And so it's a fairly pleasant experience as it is, with, you know, the building there and with the fountain. But you know, as Rich mentioned, that really the building's disconnected from the surroundings. The landscape sort of falls away from the building very quickly. It's you know, it's not unpleasant, but it's a little tired. And so the proposal is really to update that with something more urban. So to introduce this wall here, and critically, I think this wall opens up more open space on this corner for people to move around. And we felt like that was a really important thing in terms of activating this corner and creating a more pleasant space for the bus stop, and, you know, adding this shelter for that as well. And then you can really see how, you know, this project, this corner really is kind of the welcome mat to this project, and welcoming pedestrians in, and you're able to walk up this sloped walk, as Rich mentioned, to the new building. And you can see really how the materials of that new building are really meant to relate seamlessly with the existing. So it's really meant to tie in and feel like it really belongs here. And then the next view will go up Christie here. So we'll go up here towards the, as if you were walking up towards the right of the page. Oh, I'm sorry, towards the left down 64th. So you're as if you're entering the project. So this is across the street from the project. This is the point of the existing building. We're standing with the existing apartment buildings behind us, and this is the kind of very dull parking lot that currently exists there. And this is what's being proposed with the plaza, the seating plaza, slightly elevated above the street because it needs to negotiate between the grade change of the site, which is about 5 feet above the street. And really you see this beautiful new building in the kind of in the background welcoming you. And then you don't see it over here because it is so well integrated into the landscape, but that is where the dog run occurs. So once you would get around there, you would see kind of a low enclosure and a low hedge and a gate to enter that space. But that was really the intention, is to make that feel integrated and part of the natural landscape. And this is one of my favorite views and favorite before and after views, because you know, this is, I think, shows really the impact of the project and how we're really focusing on people and on pedestrians and people on the street. But this is the existing space between the new buildings, and it's actually it's a fairly pleasant space, but it feels very closed off from the street. When you're on the street like this, it feels very unwelcoming. It has this concrete colonnade here that's grown over in vines, and it's a quiet green space, but it feels like the public isn't welcome there. And this is what we're proposing. We're proposing removing the colonnade on both ends of that plaza. As Rich mentioned, that is currently recessed into the ground. It's not ADA accessible. So the idea would really be to level that out and create a lawn that is you know, accessible and open to the public. And then that really becomes the front door to the new building. And then within the site, what's currently just parking lot right now would be the new arrival plaza in front of the building there. So as you move into that you can see that lawn space over here on the right, and the arrival plaza out here in front of the building. And we really are trying to design this arrival plaza in a way that is it's pedestrian friendly first for vehicles, and that really comes through, I think, in the way that the paving is done, and the way the design is done, and the way it's laid out is almost like a town square in front of the building. And in the background, you can see the garage and how really those panels are meant to kind of create another building on the site and create a piece of architecture rather than trying to cover up something. And then finally, there's the view along the freeway. And as mentioned, you know, it's really one of the front doors to Emeryville, and it's one of the perceptions people have of the city from, you know, as experience from the freeway. So we really wanted to make a meaningful impact there. And that's where, you know, starting on the right here, the new building with a beautiful new facade, these balconies that really you'll be able to see people standing up there and looking out towards the bay, and then Rob's beautiful artwork that's on the garage. And I think this, I'll just close by saying I think this image does a very nice job of showing how we're really mediating between the scales, the existing scale of the building of the city. So, you know, you can see a little bit of the existing building here, and the garage really just doesn't exceed that. And then you can see how the new building, even though we talk about how it's, you know, over the 50 feet, it needs the 100-foot bonus height, but you can see how it really mediates well between the existing tower off in the distance there and the apartments next door. So we really were focused on creating something that the scale and the feeling of the campus felt right and was respectful to the neighbors. And that is all we have. Thank you so much for allowing us to present, and we really look forward to hearing your comments and answering your questions.
Thank you, Samuel and team. I'm going to turn to the commissioners now and see if there are any clarifying questions for the applicant team. Commissioner Dram, go ahead.
Can we have the slides back, please? Page 4.4. Okay, that's a question for Rob, I guess.
Commissioner Drum, did you have a question? Commissioner Drum, you're on mute, at least for me.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, that's perfect. Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. This is perfect. Thank you for listening to us. I think the project improved a lot. I have a couple of questions here and there I would ask you. And Rob, I think you did a very good job on this. I love this art piece. I think this is a presentation, very good presentation for Emeryville. And this highway is very important for us, I think. One of the questions I have, is it any way that we can wrap this on the other two sides because of the view we have, or what do you think about that?
Well, I think, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if that's entirely the, I'm the only person that can kind of speak to that. I know that we studied in the beginning before there was a, a solid idea for what the artwork was as a concept. One of the very first things we did is to study, what would these kind of possibilities be. And I know that there was a number of, let's say, logistical issues that there was a lot of issues isn't the right word. I think there was just a lot of considerations that kind of went into us deciding where the artwork should and shouldn't be, maybe. And it felt like, and again, I'm maybe not the only one that should speak to this, but rather than the artwork being only in a certain area, let's say along the west facade, which is what we see here, to accommodate an ability for it to kind of go around corners. We looked at something like this, certainly, but it felt like it was more impactful to be able to put the artwork from a budgetary standpoint to the extent it could be to cover the entire west area, because other kind of versions that we looked at where the artwork would sort of start and stop in different places, it ended up being the version you see here felt the most natural in a situation where we just simply couldn't have artwork everywhere.
Thank you so much. And is there any reason that we are not covering the bottom portion or top portion?
Yeah, I think there's part of it is, compositionally, I think the artwork needs to stop at a certain point, regardless. And at this height level, it keeps the artwork. I think the answer is sort of twofold. I think part of it just has to do with the sensibility of not wanting the artwork to feel as if it's going all the way to the ground. So to allow it to have a little bit of a buffer where it lifts off the ground, I think is really important. It also helps, I think, from a logistic standpoint, for the artwork not to be in a situation where the public can touch it or climb it or these other kinds of inadvertent things that happen that you don't want to happen, but because it's in the public realm, either from things get damaged or stolen or vandalized or climbed on. So I think it's just something, at least in this case, it felt like a good combination of both what is compositionally maybe the most appropriate, as well as these kind of logistical considerations. So that, at least currently, that was the thought process. I think it's certainly not set in stone, but I think that was the thought process to this point.
Okay, awesome. I know you wanna you're going to color these panels. Are they going to be reflective or matte color?
Yeah. So what I think you're asking is actually a really good question, which is something I deal with often, which is how to create an artwork that is impactful but is also not distracting, right? And so it's something that is too shiny or too reflective, especially at a surface area like this, and especially when the sun is setting in the west, could become problematic. So I think it would be more of a satin finish. When things are too glossy, it creates reflections which can be hard to predict how that affects other things. If a finish is matte, it tends to collect dust and soot and it looks dirty very quickly. So something in between ends up being, I think, it fits my sensibility that things are neither matte nor shiny, but they're kind of an in-between, and that would be the intention right now.
Okay, that's perfect, especially with the driving cars in a high speed there. And the other question is, I think I've seen similar artwork in LA. Maria del Rey, is that your project?
No, I don't think so. I've
No.
done a couple, but I've done one for the Martin Luther King Hospital in Los Angeles, but it's quite different than what this is. So
Okay.
I'd be interested to see which one you're talking at. Now I'm curious which one you're speaking of.
Maria del Rey is a whole building. I think they did 4 sides, and these
Okay.
ones that they've been, it's very nice. The movement is very nice.
I have to see.
Awesome. Thank you so much. This is very
Thank you.
my question for the artwork. And if you can go to the site plan. It was previous page. I think you did a great job removing all of those entrances. This is amazing. My only question is those AD parkings can be put it in the proposed garage, new garage?
Again, that's something I think we could study. We did very strongly feel like this was the equitable thing to do. I mean, this is a very long distance. Building A is from the garage. It's the building that's the farthest away from the garage. And we just felt that asking someone, for example, in a wheelchair to move across the site, maybe to cross, multiple vehicular crossings and to just go that distance, right? To be able to get into the building was just not really a friendly thing to do. So.
Okay, I see. And you have a vehicular drop-off area. Can you explain how does that work?
So the vehicles, if I can go back to a previous site. So really the way that works is for vehicles entering the parking structure, they go straight through this area here. So they don't loop around this upper area. And this upper area is really reserved for, Ubers, Lyfts, taxis, or somebody dropping off a friend or something that you would pull in, and you have a space to be able to turn around. But we really envision, that upper space being something that, if, for example, in off hours or something, that part of that could be cordoned off, and you could actually use that as kind of an event plaza, right? So it could really tie in with this lawn, and that could really just become one continuous space.
Okay, that's awesome. Thank you. And the last question, you have a lot of nice areas, sitting areas. Have you considered any food or beverage or refreshment or even food truck to provide so people can get some food and sit there? Have you considered that?
It's a great thought. Yeah, I think one of the thoughts with this, I'm glad you brought that up, with this drop-off area, is that there's space not only for cars to circulate around, but for like food trucks to pull up in this space. So yes, that's certainly been something that we would want for the site.
Yeah, I was thinking that's the right place. Okay, awesome. That was all my questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Drem. Commissioner Hemi, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. First question, are there continuous sidewalks on Lacoste, 64th and 65th?
Well, I suppose I can speak to that. Yes, I can say there are continuous sidewalks. Well, on 64th and 65th, yes, there are. And 64th and 65th, there are sidewalks there. There are some existing ones, and those would be improved. Lacoste, currently, we're not showing any dedicated sidewalks, but that is in anticipation of Lacoste again closing down and being part of that that shared use pathway.
So are you building the shared use pathway?
No, that is part of the city's plans. I think in the last study session, the active transportation plan, I think that's
Yes,
in
yes,
some
no.
of the planning.
Well, so that's okay. Well, we can discuss this, but that, who knows when that will happen. In the meantime, you're building a project potentially without a sidewalk and no way to walk around the site except in the street. So that's a concern of mine. Okay, second thing, the bike parking, your 100 bikes, a lot of bikes. You're talking about having them in the first level of the garage, I assume?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's going to be a pretty big space. Do you know where you're going to be locating that?
I can show you on here. It's not drawn on here because we've since developed that plan further.
Okay.
But
One thing I can add is we're in the process of as part of the work that we're doing in building C right now is 6475. We're adding interior bike storage in there for 50 bikes now for the existing project.
Uh-huh. That's good.
Yep. But the bike parking, as studied, would be in this area of the garage. There's a few things that are moving around and it's continuing to develop. So
okay, I'd be careful about where you locate that. That's I mean, I guess that's off the bikeway, but I guess, well, maybe if people are riding their bikes around to the back of the building, maybe that's okay. You have not in your drawings, I don't think you called out the vertical fins. What is the material of the vertical fins?
So those are aluminum fins.
Okay.
You're talking about
yeah.
These are, yes.
And then this is a staff question. Is there, in terms of exception to the height, mechanical and electrical overruns and stuff are exceptions, but is there a maximum allowable height for those exceptions beyond the height limit?
I don't know if you recall the provisions. I think it simply says something about as tall as they need to be to function efficiently or something like that.
Okay.
Do you recall, Miru?
Yeah, it's open, but typically what they're proposing is very typical of other R&D buildings, which is 15 to 20 feet.
Right. Okay. Some cities have more tighter limits beyond the height limit. So, okay, that's fine then. Okay, those are my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Hemme. Any other questions from commissioners right now? Commissioner Wax, go ahead.
Okay, so can we see 5.7, please? Yeah, I see what you're saying about having improved this. However, this particular orientation where most of the entryway is blocked off, I don't think is particularly inviting. This doesn't look like a very inviting space to like anyone who doesn't work here. I would think something with maybe a little bit more of a porous entry, a little bit more shade, something like that might look like something that people actually want to use instead of what we often get, which is a popos, which no one wants to use.
Commissioner Wax, sorry, we're doing questions now.
I am so sorry. I did have questions. I have a whole list of questions. I'm going to ask questions. I'm sorry. This is my number one. Why no bonus FAR? Why are you keeping it at 1.8 out of 2?
Well, we're working with obviously existing 3 buildings, so we can't enlarge the 3 buildings, and we've got height restrictions on the one that we're building. So the way the site functions, this is the maximum FAR we can realistically get on there that's functional.
Okay. Why is this proposal overparked?
Are you referring to the 7 stalls?
Yes, like at all.
That is a mistake, and the intention is to fully comply with the city's requirements. So those will be deleted.
Okay. Do you have do you have any kind of a parking adaptability plan?
Not at this time. There was a comment from the previous study session about being able to adapt the parking structure. That's what you're referring to. The previous parking structure was essentially a corkscrew, so it had ramps on both sides. And part of the lengthening out of this garage was to be able to get more flat floor area in the garage and only have one side ramp, so that it would be possible to adapt the garage in the future. But there's been no specific plan developed for that, but there is the intention there.
Okay. How do you intend for pedestrian circulate? Actually, can we go to the pedestrian circulation side? Okay, so there's no intent in the design here to have pedestrians utilizing the center of this park as a porous path to get through. That's basically just designed to circulate people to their buildings. Is that correct?
Could you clarify what you're referring to there?
I'm looking at the pathing here and I don't see any intent for people to use this as a porous pathway, and I'm just wondering if that is the intent.
The intent is there. What this plan was really, or this diagram is really showing, and it's not even really showing all of the possible circulation. Like somebody could circulate across the seating area or across this lawn. It was really just trying to show the direct path, how, if you were trying to basically get to your destination as quickly as possible, how you would get there. And then utilizing all of the like designated crosswalk areas, although, certainly everything is designed in a way that, is made to feel welcoming and not like you're crossing a busy street.
But Samuel, you can, from the bike park at 64th and Lacoste, you can move continuously through that.
That's what you're asking. Oh, yes, my apologies.
Yeah.
Yes, so if you can move continuously through the site. So yeah, there is circulation here that comes around in front of building C and then connects in with that Popos area and then ramps down up to 65th and Christie.
Okay, so that is an intended part of the design that people can walk through.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Okay, that is all of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners that have questions right now? And call out David Moore, go ahead, Commissioner Moore.
I just wanted to confirm so I see that the vehicle paths, what's the width of those paths? Because in the renderings, I was having a hard time envisioning two vehicles side by side, and it made me wonder if they were even one directional.
They're bi-directional and they should be 24,
25,
25, yeah, 24 to 26, yeah, 25.
Okay. And then could you clarify where, my assumption looking at the site plan was that anywhere that's not inside one of the tenant buildings is essentially open to the public, if not a designated public open space. Can you clarify what's private that's not within the buildings? It was briefly mentioned there was like some private outdoor areas, or was it just this barbecue?
I think when I said private, I mean there are spaces allocated to each building for breakout, but currently the scheme isn't intended to be gated off at any location. So because, for Commissioner Wax's question, it is a common throughway there, a meandering open space pathway. People moving through there have access to those spaces as well. We just were designating the ones at the right of way edges as the the intended popos places, but essentially public could move through the space. There's nothing inhibiting that.
Got it. So even that, the barbecue dining area is, people could walk through there. Is that right?
I mean, the way we typically do that, as we have open campuses, is we have shut-offs in the building. So on the weekend, someone's not out there barbecuing. That's not supposed to be. But, we put limits on how accessible that or usable that is, but it's not secured off.
Got it. Thanks.
Okay, great. Any other commissioners that would like to make, not comments, ask questions right now? Okay, not seeing any. I'll ask a couple of questions. We received a letter sent to all planning commissioners about I guess it's the gradient change at 65th and Lacoste where the bike station is. And the letter expressed concern about needing to take a bike up steps to directly access it from Lacoste. And I was wondering if you could just clarify whether that's the case, if you would have to go up some steps if you're coming directly from Lacoste. So moving from west to east, I guess, to access the bike station.
We have both. We have steps there, but we also have a path that comes in. You can see right there. It comes in at grade for the bikes to come off of as well. So it's both, so that it's accessible for bikes and or ADA. And then it continues to ramp up as you move, south along there around that arc. It climbs up and into the center open space as a ADA compliant access into the core of the campus.
Okay. So you would have to loop kind of around from Lacoste and then like do a horseshoe basically to get to it.
Yeah, that's about 15 feet off of the intersection. I mean, it's not a huge, misdirection, I wouldn't say. But if that's a major concern, I think we could integrate a ramp into that leading edge. We were just trying to make it more of a seating area right along the sidewalk for people that don't want to go into the space. But then if you do want to go into the space, we provide that accessible access into the space.
Okay, great. Another question I had, I noticed that there was a pedestrian circulation plan and a vehicle circulation plan, but there wasn't really a dedicated bicycle circulation plan. It's kind of called out where there's access to future bike lanes, but I was wondering if you could address that.
Well, I think the site would be open to bicycles, and we can certainly, create a drawing that shows the intent of the circulation for the site for bicycles.
I think that would be helpful, especially after you've located the bicycle stalls, to see how anyone arriving to the buildings by bike would get through this space to park their bike, for example. Okay, great. And then this might be a little bit of an early question to ask, but in some of the renderings, it looked like the space just west of building D and the parking garage it had like grass of some sort in it, almost looked like a lawn. Is that the intention, or is it more of like natural planting and bioswale situation?
We went through several iterations on that visualization, and I think we never really got to where we wanted to be on it. But Rich, I think you can speak better to what the intent there is with that.
Along the frontage of the garage, that's definitely ornamental grass, not lawn. It's trying to carry the character that's in the courtyard out. So it would be what we would call 4-season grass, like a Ceslaria or a Lamandra, something that looks good all year long and stays at 18 inches high. And then we have it set against a more controlled plant at the base of the garage, just to kind of set up the plinth that the garage is sitting on with the artwork above. And the idea is that grass plane carries down, and then when the space opens up between the building and the garage, that grass migrates up and becomes the access ADA ramp that goes up through that sort of valley up into the space.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure we weren't adding a lawn and instead, considering something drought tolerant and
Sure.
appropriate for it. All right, sounds good. And then I had a question about trees. So some of the renderings, especially of the new entrance between buildings, I can't remember if it's B and C or A and B, they show some, yeah, this one here, exactly. So this shows some like pretty mature trees that I don't believe are planted there right now. Could you just talk a little bit about tree removal on the site, and then your vision of like, you know, just ballpark how many trees you'd be removing and how many you'd be planting?
Well, we don't have a disposition plan yet, so it'd be hard to speak to that. But currently, like in this view, there's 4 ficus trees there that are, you know, they were inappropriately planted in small cutaways, and they're heaving sidewalks in those sunken areas, and definitely high water use tree. They're probably tapped into groundwater at this point, but those would be coming out. And I think these trees, you know, we took some liberties with the rendering to be able to really showcase the building back there. But those trees could and probably would have a denser canopy. We're saying that they'd be more upright, so they don't close off the view to the lobby entrance. But I think they'd have a bit more robust canopy. Personally, you know, those could be an evergreen tree. I think probably we do deciduous because they'd want some sun on those windows in the winter, and you'd get, you know, fall color, seasonal color. Those could be like a, you know, a red sunset maple as a, you know, a hardy urban tree that is upright, pyramidal shape, high canopy. So you walk under it day one, and they're big. So we could put them in at 36-inch box and they'd be, you know, 16-foot tall day one. So they're, you know, they're almost, you know, halfway up the second story at install.
Okay.
Generally, that's where we would be going.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Going back to the circulation plans. So the impression I'm getting from the Arrival Plaza is that it's meant to really be like a mix of uses. I've heard you mention food trucks, two-way traffic, drop off, and then pedestrian access to some of the buildings. And I'm having a little bit of a hard time envisioning how all of that works together. And so I wanted to start by asking, like, approximately how many vehicles do you think will be passing through there on a daily basis, you know, either daily or per hour, to access the parking garage?
Tom, do you have any idea of the vehicle count through that space?
I don't, but we are working with a traffic consultant right now to generate a traffic report to address those things. So we don't have an answer right now, but we will have a better answer soon.
Well, but I mean, maybe as a general note, I would say, you know, there's probably 2 periods of intense cars coming in and out, beginning and end of the day. And the way we have circulation set up, if you're going to building D, you come out of the garage on the west side of that entry drive and you move into D and you don't engage traffic. If you're going to buildings A, B, or C, you come out on the east side of that garage and you don't engage traffic, and you move, because most people aren't going around that drop off. And even if they are, you can move around that drop off, you know, to building C without having to cross over it. We're just saying, we're trying to make that as plaza-like as we can, so it doesn't read as a big asphalt centerpiece, and that, you know, if there's a function for the whole campus, as Samuel said, we could close that off to traffic and put up a big tent for an event. That, you know, a lot of these campuses struggle with finding a place to do a big product release or something, and they have a big tent. We try and use drop-off areas for those types of features. So I think that even though the road seems to move through the space, the circulation kind of moves on either side of it and doesn't have to cross it, other than someone coming in off of Christie as a pedestrian that would cross it just 25 feet of it to get across to Building D lobby.
Yeah, and I think the timing of that traffic is really important too, because you can almost imagine, like on a weekend, that this entry into from 64th could be closed off, and this, you know, whole plaza used for a huge event, and, you know, and signs directing people to, if they need to get into the garage, to use 65th. So that's kind of the flexibility we're envisioning here. And, you know, we're working with a limited amount of space, and I think we're really trying to maximize the use of that and the flexibility and the ability to, you know, for the community to use that as well.
That's helpful. Yeah. And then, just to follow up on that comment, do you envision this being a space that would be open to public uses? I mean, like that somebody could book the space, or is it just for the tenants?
We hadn't talked about it being like a booking type of situation where someone would have a party or something like that. We hadn't thought of the space being used in that way for the outside, other than it being open to, normal kind of day-to-day activity.
Okay. And then one thing that occurred to me with the 6 stalls that are there, and I think someone had asked about, like short-term parking drop-off. I mean, it seems like we've got a drop-off plan with being able to use that circular space. What would prevent people from using those ADA spaces for short-term parking? Like, oh, I just need to drop somebody off, or, oh, I'm here to deliver some food. Is that a concern at all?
Well, it would, we would have, as we do now on the project, we have security. So if that became an issue, security would have to, run those people off.
Okay, great. I think that's the extent of my questions right now. Just checking if there are any others from commissioners before we move on. All right, not seeing any. Let's move to public comment. So I'd like to open the public comment portion of this session, and the time is 9:43. Speakers will have 3 minutes each. Charlie, could you please read the public comment section of the COVID script?
Yes, and could I ask the applicant to please take down your slideshow? Thank you. Now is the time for public comment on this item. Anybody wishing to make comments on this item should have submitted your online speaker card by now. 3 minutes will be allowed for me to read your comments into the record. If you are participating in tonight's meeting via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature visible on your screen, or if you are calling in, press *9 on your phone. So I have received a number of comments. And I'm just checking the attendee list. I don't see any raised hands among the attendees. But I will now go to the speaker cards that I have received. Now, I would note that the commission has received several letters on this project. And I will not read those because those are letters, not online speaker cards, and they were sent to all of the commissioners. So you should already have them, and we have them in the record. One was a letter from Stephen Keller. He also submitted a follow-up email with a few additional questions. And then there was also a letter from Evan, I'm not sure how to pronounce this, Tschuy, T-S-C-H-U-Y. In addition to those, I do have online speaker cards from Lisa Findley and John Sherman. And so I will read those now. This is from Lisa Findley, 6019 Christie Avenue. As a resident on Christie Avenue, I appreciate the response of the developer to community and commission input. I think the project is much improved. My only further comment is that the elevations of the lab office building are rather mundane. This is especially true when seeing them next to the seemingly gorgeous screen on the garage. I encourage the architect and developer to be more ambitious in the design of the building, especially since it will be so visible along the freeway and bikeway. And that is that comment. And now Mr. Sherman's comment. This is from John Sherman, 6363 Christie Avenue. He says, Commissioners, I support the Bay Center Life Science Project. This project will be an asset to my neighborhood. I love seeing surface parking lots disappear for higher uses. There are 3 things that I would like you to consider for improving this project. 1, replace the existing inadequate sidewalk on Christie Avenue with a new sidewalk that is designed per the Emeryville design guidelines. 2, consider moving the bus stop to mid-block across from the bus stop on the east side of Christie Avenue. This will make the bus system more user-friendly, coordinate the consolidation of bus stops on this block with AC Transit and the ETMA. That's, of course, the Emeryville route. 3, relocate the bike share station to have it adjacent to the bus stop. While I understand the intent of having the bike share station connected with the new ped bike bridge, the currently proposed location is impractical for users. There is a great need for a bike share station on Christie Avenue. Thank you for considering these comments, John Sherman. And that concludes the comments I have received. And checking one more time among the attendees, I don't see any raised hands. Let me just double check my email to see if any last minute speaker cards have come in. I have no further online speaker cards. So I think that concludes the public comment.
Okay, great, Charlie, thank you. So the public comment period is now closed at 9:47, and we will move to commissioner comments and feedback. Would anyone like to go first? Yes, Commissioner Dram, go ahead.
Can I share my screen?
I believe so.
Should be able to.
Everybody can see my screen?
It is
Yeah.
starting to, it says it's screen sharing. There we go. Got it.
Okay. So I want to echo what Commissioner Bax and other Commissioner talk about. I think the public spaces that we are proposing should be more welcoming, and maybe even a sign can help that, hey, this is a public space. That's for that portion. And if we come to this part, I think it's good to continue this artwork, especially when cars are driving from the other way or from this way. You can see the size, and it's good to wrap this, and even from inside of the plaza view is going to look better. I'm a little concerned about this part. We have a very nice art piece here. I don't know how it's going to be the size of these panels. The smaller, the better shows the flow. But I think we need either to move this back a little bit or remove it or extend the art piece here so we can cover that. And for the bottom part, again, we need to frame this art piece, which is amazing. But I don't think we want to see this parking space as is a parking here. And this is like my recommendation, especially with the location we have. This is a very prime location for City of Emeryville. And we go to side plan. Second. And this, I think if we can remove this away, I was lucky to help my grandma, and she was on wheelchair, and this is very, very dangerous situation, especially a car moving here, they're coming here. There's no sightseeing. If there's two cars parking here and the vehicle wants to come out or anyway, the other way, it's going to be a not very pleasant situation. Normally, when we get off the car, we need to go to the other side of the car, bring the wheelchair out from the trunk. This is not very doable, I think, for this side. I think the best place for move this ADA spots are here, and it serves the same way for the entrance here. I know the path of travel is important. I think this is less disrupt than here that we need to pass the path of the driveway. And for this plaza area, I have still a little bit concerned. I'm not sure it's gonna work very well with like cars coming here and stopping. Maybe you can spend more time on that. Other than that, I think everything's good from my side. Good job. You did a very, very good presentation, and you listened to us very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dram. Who would like to go next? Commissioner Hemney, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I agree that the site planning and design is a huge improvement over what is shown before. The idea of the elimination of the surface parking is really good. I actually support the accessible parking where it's located. I think having it right next to the entry of that building is important, and I think a small amount of cars, will have almost no impact on circulation and et cetera. And so I support that location. In terms of the drop-off area, I think you implied it in your drawings, but I think it's very important to state it that paving can't be asphalt. So that needs to be special paving and decorative paving. And in that case, it becomes a continuation of the entry plaza. And in fact, maybe it should feel like a continuation of the entry plaza. Maybe the entry area, instead of being so much planted, should be more of a plaza, and maybe even a 0 level, no curb. Maybe it just flows all the way from Christie all the way to the front door. Use bollards and all that sort of thing, and then put planting in there so that it is a reverse of what you have right now, which is a little bit of paving in a planted area, more planting in a paved area. The sidewalks on the cost, I absolutely believe it needs to be there. This is one of the problems right now. You've taken your building virtually to the property line, so you don't really have any kind of potential buffer zone, but I think that's you have to have a sidewalk, in my opinion. You can't have a building on a site for unknown number of years where pedestrians have to walk in the street in order to walk around your building. So I can tell you that I'll be insistent upon that as this project moves through. The one area that I'm concerned about is your north exit of your drive is approximately 80. There's a safety concern there. I see it as about 80 feet of the center line of drive to the corner, which is very tight. And the existing curb cut is about 125 feet from the corner. So I suggest you try and use the existing curb cut in order to move that entry and exit away from the corner more than the 80 feet. That's really, I'm actually surprised that Public Works from Emeryville didn't cite that as being too close for safety reasons. In terms of the exterior treatment of the building, I'm concerned about the proportion of the surrounding frame on the west and east sides of the building. I scaled it off your drawings and it looks to be about 3 feet or maybe less. And I think this is too shallow. I've seen many frame treatments of buildings, with it's a trope nowadays, the L-shaped frame and the wrapping frame and all that. And when they become too shallow, they become really trivial and very graphic without a sort of spatial effect. I would suggest about a 6-foot distance. On the north and south sides, it looks like you have a bigger distance. On the west and east, you really cut it down. So it's really shallow, and I think it needs to be deeper. I have some questions about the cement panel as a choice of material. Maybe, but it's not going to be an easy material, I think, to detail, particularly on the vertical faces of those panels of the frames, of the surrounding frame. So I challenge you to potentially think about alternative material, maybe metal for the vertical face. When it's more like a wall surface, I think if you chose the right material for the cement panel, maybe it's a Nichihau panel or something like that, I think that could be a pretty rich finish. But I'm concerned about these 2-foot deep, 18-inch deep fascias that you have, and doing that in a cement board. The vertical sunshades, they scale about 18 inches in depth on the drawings. Again, I'm concerned about how deep they are, because I think the vertical sunshades are really key to having richness on your elevations. I think it's really nice to have them. So I would really suggest you look at them and look at how they are detailed, because you could use a perf metal, you could use a Bach modern kind of pattern. The shades could transform. You could have as you've probably seen from various buildings where on an oblique view, these sunshades could create a kind of pattern. So I suggest that you look at that. But the other thing that I would caution you about is a lot of times developers, architects present these to a planning commission, and then they go through VE and the shades get cut out. And I would hope that you'd be willing to guarantee that, these shade elements will be part of the project after approval. And for the artist, I think it's a really good beginning point. I think Commissioner Dram's comments about the I don't agree necessarily that it needs to wrap the sides, but I do agree that it needs to consider how it concludes. And what I would suggest for you all as designers is you're not looking at the right angle. That angle you're showing is the angle that a pedestrian would see from the bike path across the way, but not from a car. You need to be looking at from way north and way south as as you're approaching it, or maybe if you want, do a video, put it in Enscape and do a video of zooming by at 60 miles an hour, right? Well, so the end condition is the corner, in other words, is really, really a critical thing. So maybe the material wraps, for example, 8 feet or something and becomes a kind of element, maybe a vertical line that then wraps and turns or something like that. But at least you should show us and you should show yourself views that are really oblique and approaching the building, not straight across looking at the building. And then perhaps you can look at solving it. The other thing is you should use eye level views. Your view is a little high. And as a result, that raised portion that Commissioner Dram pointed out is seen, but from an eye level view, you won't see it at all. And so if you take us down to 5 feet above the ground level, you'll see that that portion just disappears and will not be an issue. I actually like the idea of the base and the building being raised and being, floating above the ground. And maybe it's just a simplified treatment of the base that needs to be done. It might even be just painting the whole thing out black or something. But I like the idea of floating, and I actually like the idea of the screen itself being just a screen by itself without a frame. But the one thing I would suggest is right now the graphic pattern to me is rather two-dimensional. It's quite almost flat looking. Yes, of course, there's depth in it and all that. And whether it's a view of waves or clouds, and I think that. But what I would suggest is possibly look at and think about if it were a bit more representational. For example, if there was a bottom line that was the line of the land, of the beach, and then there was these clouds and things that are moving too, and maybe even they transform into the land or something, you might be able to get more depth in the composition, because maybe there's something from top to sky or land to sky or something like that. That might also be really interesting to see driving by. So anyway, and then the last thing, the staff asked about what kind of justification for not having mixed use. And I think this is a really important question, because since it's part of the code, we can't just sort of say, oh yeah, fine. I mean, I agree that this is not a good site for a mixed use project. I can't really see any kind of retail ever surviving in this site. So therefore, I would support the idea that it's not mixed use, but I think you need to have a written and documented justification for not having mixed use. For example, I would suggest you have a retail consultant do a market study for this site that would point out that this is not suitable for retail. or something on that order. In other words, we need documented justification for not having mixed use. And you need to provide some kind of rigorous support material that we can rely on. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hemney. And actually, I was just about to remind everyone that that was one of the questions that we should be addressing. So thank you for that. And just as a reminder, the others are around site circulation, whether we're satisfied with revised site plan and circulation, and project design. Do we have any comments on the current design of the life sciences building and the garage? Commissioner Wax, go ahead.
Yeah, since it was very recently addressed, I want to come back around to the art, because that was one of the bigger things that stood out to me. I really like the facade again as a starting point, to reiterate what Commissioner Hemney was saying, but it is basically a big rectangle in macro view. And I think that a couple of things that you could do to address that would be, first of all, having maybe a little bit more outward articulation, to make it a little bit more three-dimensional, but also maybe playing with the top and bottom edge a little bit, just make it less of like a big rectangle, which is what we see, you know, the vast majority of the time with these parking structure facades. I agree with the feedback to give it like a partial wrap, so it just doesn't just terminate at that corner, because I think that's going to be a really unattractive corner, frankly. Like, you know, open faced parking structures are just super unattractive, and like that's what people are going to be seeing approaching the building. And I think that having the art even come around by like a few feet or something like that is going to do a lot to like reduce the you know, big rectangle-ness of it, and also like make those elevations more attractive. As far as the bottom area, and not wanting to extend it all the way to the bottom, you know, if that's an issue, which, as Commissioner Henme pointed out, like perhaps the visibility on that is not as much as we're thinking based on the height from which we're seeing this rendering. Let's say that it is. I would say maybe some recessed screening or something like that in that level. It's super unattractive staring straight into a parking structure, and seeing cars, especially when you have what like should end up being like a gorgeous facade there. Don't like ruin that by terminating it badly on the corners or on the bottom or on the top. And so that's my major feedback on the art. We do have the big question of circulation here, and yeah, as the chair pointed out, we did not see a dedicated bike circulation plan, and I feel like we're a little light on details for bike parking, but we have enough to say that, yeah, I think that it should be a little bit more distributed. I think having it all in that one side is really disadvantageous to cyclists. And, you know, what you must know is a priority for us as a city is encouraging pedestrian, encouraging cyclist transportation, and having people go to basically the furthest point of the lot on average to park their bike is a negative, when in fact we should be advantaging cyclists. Let them park closer to the building, at least one more spot. And I would say putting that on the corner near the bus stop is the most logical one. If you could get more than that, that would be great. You know, for one thing, I think just psychologically, people feel better about leaving their bike someplace that's a little bit closer to them, but also it's just going to save them time getting to their building. And if they're taking the extra time which is probably extra time for them to cycle instead of drive, rewarding them with a slightly smaller walk to where they're actually going in the end is going to help mitigate that somewhat. Yeah, reiterating what everyone has said about sidewalks. Sidewalks are really important, but I don't want to go too much into detail on that. Instead, I want to talk about parking. Of course, you proposed by like 7 spaces, you know, over. I'm not super concerned about that. What I am concerned about is the fact that like parking proposal is maxed out. Even if so you take 7 spaces away, then you're all the way up to the limit. We are seeing a number of labs being proposed, and I feel like this is a lot for a project that is like, not coming in with like, some big fat amenities to like compensate for it. I would say it's even maybe like close to twice as much as I would expect, even though it is, within the limits. It's a lot of parking. And so from my perspective, if we're going to approve that level of parking, what I would really like to see is a real, actionable, committed parking adaptability plan. The problem with parking adaptability is that like it's not being advanced much. People aren't doing it because they're looking at it strictly from one perspective. How do we turn this parking structure into housing, or how do we turn this into office space? The problem with the location of this parking structure is that as Commissioner Henry pointed out, this is not like a great place for retail. It's not a great place for a lot of things. A structure that's all the way up against the highway only has so many, that's within an office park, only has so many possibilities. But just to make clear what the goals of parking adaptability are, you want, and you aren't going to get all of these from everything that you do most of the time, but there are different options that can achieve one or two of these goals, which is a reduction in general VMT, a reduction in VMT specifically within our community. We like to think bigger than just Emeryville, because Emeryville is very small. But having an impact outside of that and reduction of general VMT by reducing parking or other approaches is great. But like anything that also reduces it specifically in our community is good. A reduction in just the flat daily car trips in and out of this area is really good, and an increase in the intensity of use. These are the general goals for parking adaptability. There are ways to get to that, which are not just like, let's turn this into retail. In this specific spot, what I am, seeing as possibilities that you can look into are things like long-term parking. It's not the best spot, I think, for that, but it is a possibility. You can talk to a transit agency and ask them if they need parking in the area, that in some future date this could be turned into, any of it. You can turn some of this into event space or more office space. But if you're going to max out your parking, there should be some kind of a plan to turn some of that into something that isn't just parking for people who are coming, there to work. Because if we are successful at our goals of like reducing reliance on cars to get in and out of our community, and to get people to work, then you're going to be left with unused parking spaces, and that's not good for anybody. But like, in the meantime, having an overabundance of parking is going to generate trips. That's the whole deal, right? So I would really like to see some serious work. We are early enough in this process that you can seriously look at those things from that perspective and come back to us with something. Of course, I would also like to see just a flat reduction in the number of parking spaces that you want to install here, because again, it's a lot, and it's not just a lot out of thin air. I just pulled up a couple of proposals for stuff we've approved or stuff that's in the pipeline, and it's quite high compared to some other stuff. So that's a big deal. Overall, I do want to say I like the project. There are issues with it. The circulation, I would like to see a little bit more focus on the idea of making the passage, especially from 64th to 65th, a little bit more appealing. I covered this in the wrong section of the meeting, but going back to that POPOS that was on 5.7, again, making that more appealing and look more like a public space, not just look more like someplace that people are allowed to be, but be something that is appealing for people to get to. Also, there was some discussion, and I think this might be my final, yes. There was some discussion about, event space here, coming back around to the comment, which I think is a really good one, about having food truck parking. That's a really good thing to plan in. Food truck spot that is committed and well placed does a lot for for both your tenants and any possible events that you could be hosting there. And that's all for my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Wax. Really helpful. All right, Commissioner Dram, go ahead.
Sorry, we have problems with the microphone here. Can I share my screen?
Go for it.
Okay, that's the question for. So are we looking, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Are we looking for something like this for the art piece? Which the panels are moving or they're like still?
My understanding is that they were static, but I'll turn to the applicants to respond to that quickly.
No, this is, I think what's being proposed, the concept with this current artwork is, while like maybe there is some similarities with this, the artwork would be static. What is the case though, and I think maybe, I think the earlier point was brought up about, how the artwork is represented, and I think that this is something we will certainly look at more. We have been looking at. It's just simply not represented in what we were showing today. Is that there are significant differences in the way that it appears when you are at ground level and when you are, let's say, in the position of the interstate. When you're looking at it at more extreme angles, the variation that you see is more pronounced than, say, the view that was shown in the present, that's currently in the presentation. So while the artwork itself is static, what will happen is, because it's such an interesting site in which most of the people looking at the artwork will be moving, whether on a bicycle along the water or at 60 miles an hour on the freeway, or in some cases 3 miles an hour on the freeway. They will see this variation in this color change, as they are moving while the artwork is static.
Right. Okay, that's perfect. I think the movements are pretty nice if we can make it. So those wave shapes or the wave feeling that you were talking can represent it better. But either static or dynamic and moving, I don't think we want to have a situation like this. So we want to not to see the structure behind the parking behind either or moving or not. So that can be maybe another color, maybe black color or something that you come up with. We don't want to have this situation. Okay, thank you so much. And I have a question from Commissioner Henry.
Yes.
Yeah, do you think like if you have a restaurant or coffee shop in the site, it doesn't work, or you think it might be possible to work there?
Well, I'm not a retail expert, but I doubt it. Even that Subway that's on the corner of 64th and Christie folded. Retail is always difficult to achieve. I think any retail renter, I've always heard about people like inside corners of plazas that are away from a street corner are really hard to rent. And in this case, probably the place where retail would work is on the corner of 64th and Christie in that existing building, but it's not designed to be open like a retail space. But to move it in deep into the site like this, it'd probably be difficult unless it were basically just supported by the tenants. So another example would be on the marina end, there was that sandwich shop between the garage and the existing building. That went belly up too. So yeah, it's really difficult to make retail work.
I think there was a Jamba Juice there too that closed.
Yeah.
It doesn't work, I guess. Okay, perfect. And okay, that was my questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, who would like to go next for comments?
I could go.
Okay, great.
So I think overall, seeing how far the project has come and what a difference it made eliminating the surface level parking, it's hard to overstate just what an improvement it is overall. I think I agree with some of the comments mentioned, particularly the putting some more thought into the how bikes get around, and in particular, rewarding bikers for using that alternate transportation to give them parking closer to these buildings instead of throwing them in the parking garage with the cars. I think the advantage of bikes is you can put smatterings of bike parking in a more variety of locations, and that's desirable. The making the entryway more open, I think is also a good idea. I actually really like the artwork, but I guess the thing with art is you get a lot of opinions on that. So make what you will of that. But I tend to defer to artists in case my opinions are, as a layperson, can put us in the wrong direction. But more of it could actually be nice. I do like the idea of wrapping around, but I also understand how it needs to terminate somewhere. So you guys picked that one level. I think the one showstopper on this project is definitely the issue that Commissioner Henme highlighted along the Lacoste, where there actually was or is a sidewalk or some vestigial sidewalk there. So, if this is a future bike path, I would like to see it built out. And I don't know, it seems like a reasonable ask. We've asked other developers for adjacent bike lanes to build those out. As opposed to putting a sidewalk there, which is more permanent if this is going to be closed to car traffic. And this is kind of a question for the commission and maybe city staff. Why wouldn't we consider this a reasonable ask for this development?
If I may, through the chair.
Yes, please.
The DCC comments, one of the comments of Public Works staff is providing sidewalks on all 4 frontages. I did mention that in my staff report, as well as it is in my presentation too. So we are going to be asking them to provide compliant sidewalks on all 4 frontages.
Okay, and what about the comment about the future bike lane and doing that now?
The future bike lane on Lacoste?
Yes.
Making them do the future bike lane on Lacoste? Is that the question?
Yes.
That could be a potential bonus points that they could obtain for doing that, but that would be unreasonable to ask as right of the project. Sidewalks are something that we require for any new development, but a bike lane, converting Lacoste, that would not be unreasonable, or that would not be reasonable, but could qualify for bonus points if that was the desire of the commission.
Got it. Thanks, Miru. So then, yeah, I would just echo the safety aspect around the sidewalks and to consider that that bike lane if bonus points are sought.
Great, thank you. And do you have any opinions or things to add on the mix of uses?
Yeah, I actually really don't. So thanks for asking. So I think seeing the failure of the Jamba Juice and the subway and going by that area, it just doesn't seem like a great place for fixed retail. But I do like the idea of really formalizing the notion of having food trucks there and involvement from the developer or from the business or to make sure that we have those food trucks there, and they're almost, you could set up some sort of like schedule. I think that would benefit both the tenants and the public. And some of these food trucks that if you have almost like a semi-permanent place for them, it becomes something that's predictable and people go there, and you know, sometimes you can get some variety there. So in a way, it almost, if you were to have, I don't know if you can consider that like a mix of use, but it kind of gets you there a little bit. And I think it would be more successful than a just like a fixed brick and mortar coffee shop. And also, I wouldn't want to necessarily, I think everybody on the commission seems to agree that it's not a, it's just a tough spot for additional retail mix of use. So personally, I'm not looking for some additional expert documentation on that. I'm just looking for something that works.
Thank you.
And I think the food truck idea kind of gets us halfway there.
That's a really interesting idea. Commissioner Wax, go ahead.
Yeah, just coming, yeah, I wanted to add on to the food truck comments, that, yeah, having like a food truck rotation, is really helpful from a number of reasons. When people settle into a groove at work, one of the things that they do is like pick up a pattern of like how they eat. And we would really like to encourage people to eat local, that advances our goals of having fewer car trips on our roads, whether that's delivery or people driving off for lunch. And while of course, like we want people to frequent local food establishments, there's only so many that you're going to have access to here. And most people are going to get bored of what they have access to within walking distance quite quickly, which means they're going to start ordering delivery, et cetera, et cetera. Having a food truck rotation gives people something, a reason to keep eating where they are, and makes more of a habit of that because they have that variety coming to them. And so I think it's a really positive thing to work that into your design. That's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Simons, would you like to add anything?
Thanks, Chair. Project seems fine. Let me scroll the questions. Hold on one sec. Thanks so much.
I can read them to you. First
I
one.
got them right here.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the circulation seems fine. I'm glad we got the driveways off the west side of the street of the project site. I think the project design is also fine. And everybody knows I will harp on this residential, mixed use thing, but obviously that's not an issue here because it's not zoned mixed use residential. So it seems good. Thanks so much.
Thank you. All right, I'll try to be quick because I know we still have 2 items ahead of us, commissioners. So I think one of the biggest things that's emerged for me, and first of all, I'll say that I think it's very much improved. I agree with the positive comments that have been made. I think we need to be really clear about what's open to the public and what's not. I heard a little bit of unclarity even from the project team on that today. And if it's unclear to us, then it's not going to be clear to anybody who's passing by and may not live in the area, might be using the new bike lanes, or even somebody who's exploring the neighborhood and does live nearby and just doesn't feel welcome coming into the project. Channeling some of the commissioners who have left the commission now, I think, one of the goals of the city is really to break up spaces and make it more permeable to pedestrians and others that are not in cars. And I think that's starting to happen here, but again, we had to ask a lot of questions about how that site circulation would happen for pedestrians and for bicyclists. And so I think all of that needs to be much clearer next time around. Like, how do you actually envision people using the space if they're moving through and not necessarily going to one of the buildings? Are people welcome to hang out at all hours? Are there going to be any restrictions on the hours that people can be in this space? Can they have a barbecue? Can they sit down and have a picnic on lawn areas? What do you envision as acceptable and not? So look forward to hearing more about that. I do think just in terms of, forward thinking on bonus point possibilities, I would very much be in alignment with making a contribution towards bike improvements on the cost. I think that would benefit the project. And bring more people to the area and help them to enjoy the amenities that you're planning to provide. On bike parking, I think there was a really good comment about spreading it out a bit more. Right now, the positive is that you're saying it's inside the parking garage and therefore protected, but that's not always a positive. It's true that bicyclists are often going to look for the closest thing to lock their bike to. So if someone's coming in, they don't know where the bike parking is, or they're not planning to park for very long, they're just going to look for a street sign or whatever it is they can affix their bike to. So having a few different places, especially for people visiting the property, maybe not working there every day, is really important. And it needs to be visible. It needs to be the obvious choice because that's what we're going for. One other comment about that is, as you build out the bike parking plans, please think about a variety of bikes and how to accommodate them. So don't have them all be hanging situations. Make sure that there's room for cargo bikes that are longer, for people to charge their bikes if they're bringing electric bikes to work. Yeah, overall, I was just going to say that it feels a little bit like bike circulation in general is an afterthought right now, that a lot of this has been planned around vehicle circulation and how people are going to move in and out of the parking garage. And I think we need to really flip that around and have cars be the last thought and first tell us about the bikes and pedestrians. I like the idea of having a bike station, but I'm having a little bit of a hard time envisioning the use for it. So like if you're coming along a future bike path, there's some nice steps there to look out at the bay, but why would someone want to park their bike there? That's the part that I'm not quite sure about. And maybe other commissioners will disagree with me on this, but it's a great idea. I like that there's a shelter, but I just don't, I can't really envision why someone would stop there and need to park their bike for a period of time and lock it up. So there was a comment about flipping it and putting on a different part of, say on Christie, for example. If there's any possibility of adjusting that, I think that could be useful. But it really depends how you're envisioning that amenity being used. And then just to reiterate a comment or a question that I made earlier and the answer to it, with the ADA stalls, this came up with a different project where there's some short-term parking issues foreseen. And so I just wanted to mention again that I think, even if you have security there, security is really going to have to stay on top of how people are using those stalls. If someone's just going to pull in for a few minutes, they may not worry about getting a ticket, for example, if they don't have an ADA placard. And there may be needs for, if you have a lot of people working in those buildings, people ordering stuff, getting dropped off, whatever. So just think really carefully about how those are going to be used. So yeah, I think I'll stop there. And in terms of mix of uses, that was the last thing. We've talked a lot about one specific type of use, which is retail/restaurants. And I wonder if there's any other uses that could be considered. So for example, a medical office or something. I think there are a lot of other possibilities that I would be interested in hearing your reaction to why that's not possible on the site, because there's a lot of similar types of building use going into Emeryville right now. We're very heavy on this type of building, and I think we need to diversify whenever we can. And because this is written into the general plan, it would be really good to have a full consideration of that. So any other comments or follow-ups from the commission before we close this one out? Commissioner Moore, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to echo your comment about the bike station and the previous comment that we had received, because it does make sense if people are, on a bike path and they are kind of en route and enjoying a bike ride there, why would they stop there to park their bikes? It makes more sense as far as a transit-friendly location to move that to the other side.
Thank you. Commissioner Wax, go ahead.
Yeah, just writing on your comment about medical space there. That's a great candidate for how you could adapt some of that space in the parking structure. It seems like a great spot for medical offices. And just like a reminder, if you don't design the structure for it, it's going to be improbably difficult to convert. So start thinking about it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hemney.
Yes, I agree. I think it's a great point that the developers should investigate all possible uses that might qualify for the mixed use. And you're very right to say that it doesn't just need to be retail. So I think that's a great approach. The one thing about the food truck, I think it's a great idea. I hope they will do it, but I don't think that would qualify as a mixed use because it's not a built-in piece of the project. It's a piece of furniture. It's a truck that drives in and out. And so I don't think that would allow it to qualify as a actual mixed use. So, but staff can confirm that, but I would think that would be so.
Thank you. I have the same thought. Great. Okay, last chance. Let me just ask the applicants if they have the direction that they need or not.
No, we've obviously received a lot of direction, so we'll dig into these.
Great. All right, well, thank you very much for the very thorough presentations and for the great updates. And with that, we'll close out this item. Let's go ahead and take a break. Now we are running up on, I believe is it 11:30, Charlie, that we turn it to pumpkins?
Yeah, unless you vote to continue beyond that time.
All right. Would everyone be okay with a 5-minute break right now? Yeah.
10
okay.
minutes, please.
We can. I'm seeing some ask for 5. I am actually gonna take chair's prerogative here and say 5 because I do think we need to keep moving. So I hope that's not too much of an inconvenience for you, Commissioner Jim. So let's come back at 10:38.
Okay.
All right, 10:38, who's back? Welcome back, Commissioner Gazzoni.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we can go ahead and get started with the next item. So this is a public hearing, 8.1 Price Fighter Bottle Shop. Let me just check there are no conflicts or ex parte communication on this item. Nope. Okay. Could we please have the staff presentation, Miru?
Sure. Okay, so this should be fairly quick. This is a use permit to allow retail sales of wine, beer, and spirits at a location at the corner of 67th and Hollis Street. This is the existing building. It's about 1,000 square foot building, and it is adjacent and part of the price. It's adjacent to the Price Fighter bar, and it is part of the same building. So like I mentioned, it's a little over 1,000 square foot space, and the proposal is the retail sale of wine, beer, and spirits, as well as curated assortment of books, bar stools, and glassware. The hours of operation are going to be 5 to 6 days a week, mainly in afternoons and early evenings. There are going to be 2 to 3 employees, with one employee manning the retail affairs. No exterior changes to the building are proposed. The business will require a liquor license from the State Department of ABC, and will issue, and ABC issues this license only if the City Council of the local jurisdiction determines that the public convenience or necessity would be served by the issuance of the license. The applicant has requested a finding of public convenience or necessity for the sale of alcohol at this location. And this request will be considered by the council on December 20th, this year, contingent upon your approval of the use permit for the retail facility. In terms of zoning district, it is in the INL, or the light industrial zone, where retail sale of liquor is a use of special concern and therefore requires a major use permit. It is also lays on the North Hollis overlay zone, but this overlay zone has no land use or design provisions applicable to this proposal. There's no change to the floor area ratio. There's no change to the building height. No parking is required and none is provided. Bicycle parking will be required, 2 short-term and 2 long-term spaces. And this is a condition of approval of this use permit. In order to approve this project, the commission needs to make the standard conditional use findings. Staff believes that these can be made. They've been detailed in the staff report. So that concludes my presentation. We are recommending that the commission approve the use permit subject to the conditions of approval in the staff report. I'm happy to have take any questions. The applicant does not have a presentation, but is here to say a few words and answer to any questions that you may have.
Wonderful. Thank you, Miru. Any questions, clarifying questions for Miru at this time? Okay, seeing none. Any questions for the applicant? Go ahead, Commissioner Honey.
Yes, so greetings. My question is, besides, will there only be a sale of liquor? Will there be no serving of liquor in this space?
I think you're on mute. If you could go ahead and unmute yourself. And thank you for coming, by the way.
Sorry, thank you for having us late into the night. So we had considered it, but because due to the size of the space and the sort of restrictions that are required to do tasting on site in a retail environment with alcohol, I think we just decided that having the bar next door almost provides a tasting area where it's, hey, what do you think of this? Well, you can walk right around the corner and try it at the bar, as we'll have not exactly the same offerings, but largely the same offerings. So I think we decided that that just wasn't a good fit for the size of the space.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner Hemme?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Any other clarifying questions at this point? Okay, seeing none, let's move on to the public hearing. The public hearing is open at 10:43 p.m. Speakers will have 3 minutes each. Charlie, if you could please read the public hearing, public comments on agenda items section of the script.
Yes, thank you. Now is the time for the public hearing on this item. Anyone who wishes to make comments during the public hearing should have submitted your online speaker card by now. 3 minutes will be allowed for me to read your comments into the record. If you are participating in tonight's meeting via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature visible on your screen, or if you're calling in, press *9 on your phone. Looking at the attendees, I do not see any raised hands. I have not received any online speaker cards on this item up till now. Let me double check and see if any have just come in. No, I do not have any online speaker cards on this item either. So it appears that nobody wishes to speak on this item.
Okay, thank you, Charlie. So seeing no speakers, the public hearing is closed at 10:44. So I will now bring the item to the commission for deliberation. Are there any comments on the findings that need to be made? Commissioner Gazzoni, go ahead.
I'm just going to say that I think that this looks like a nice opportunity to have a small locally owned business that's tied to a business that's been successful and well run for a long time. So I think that in a business that creates a social space for the community. So I think that this would be a good fit. And I think it would fit that requirement.
Great, thank you. Any other comments at this point? If there are no comments, then we could look for a motion for on this. Yes, would you like to make a motion?
I make a motion.
Oh, go ahead.
A second.
So what motion would you like to make, Commissioner Hemme?
I make a motion.
Or Commissioner Drew?
I think I can make a motion. So you want to make it pass? Yeah.
Could you clarify what your motion is? Is it to approve the major?
Yeah, to approve.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. And then
I second.
Sorry, who made the second?
Or I second.
Commissioner Moore.
Yeah.
Thank you. I heard the voice, but I didn't see the mouth moving. So. All right, you ready to vote then?
Let's do it.
On the motion by Commissioner Dram and seconded by Commissioner Mora. Commissioner Dram?
Aye.
Commissioner Gitzoni?
Aye.
Commissioner Henry?
Aye.
Commissioner Mora?
Aye.
Commissioner Wax?
Aye.
Vice Chair Simons?
Aye.
Chair Chafe?
Aye.
7 ayes, the application is approved. This decision may be appealed to the City Council within 15 days.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks again.
Sorry to keep you so late tonight.
Yeah, it's okay.
All right, great. So we'll now move on to 8.2, a public hearing on the housing element of the general plan. No conflicts of interest. So let's go ahead and I believe Navar, are you introducing this one?
This is Navar's.
Yes.
Wonderful. Go ahead.
All right. Well, hello again, Chair. Hello again, Commissioners. Congratulations on making it this far this evening. Here we are to discuss the housing element. I will be presenting along with Valerie Bernardo of the Economic Development Division. We've been tag teaming on this for some time, and our consultants for the project from PlaceWorks, Nicole West, engineer for Gastelum, are here as well to answer any questions you may have. So I will bring up the presentation. And Valerie and I are going to kind of flip back and forth on this. Once I get my screen shared here. There we go. Are you seeing the presentation?
We are. It's not in slideshow yet.
Yeah. That's annoying. There we go. That's better. Although, oh, are you seeing, what are you saying?
Now it's back to non-slideshow.
Well,
we had it for a second.
Let's try again. I'm sorry. Ta-da!
Looking great.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So as I discussed, we'll be presenting on the housing element from 2023 through 2031. This is the sixth cycle housing element, sixth time this has been done. So what is the housing element? I'm just providing a little bit of quick background because not all of you have been here through the whole process, but this has been going on for a number of decades now. It's a part of the local government's general plan that's required. It establishes housing need and demand goals and outlines a variety of housing programs for local jurisdictions to implement to meet housing needs and goals. And it has to be updated every 8 years. It's a little bit different than the rest of the general plan. And we also have to submit an annual report on our progress of this to the state. So Valerie's going to take this slide here.
Good evening. So within the ABAG region, which is the regional planning entity for the Bay Area, there are 2 jurisdictions that have received conditional approval. Emeryville is the second out of the entire ABAG region. Specifically within Alameda County, the 2 jurisdictions who have received a conditional approval are also located within Alameda County, which is Emeryville and the city of Alameda. So this slide is just kind of showing everybody throughout the ABAG region, kind of where all the different jurisdictions fall. The reason we're pointing this out is because getting a letter of conditional approval after only 1 public comment period and review by HCD is what we consider and what the industry considers a unicorn. It's something that's not ever done. It's a rare occurrence. And so we just wanted to highlight where we fall and how everybody else in the Bay Area region is currently falling related to their housing element. Next slide.
So as you can see, we've come a long way. We're in the final part of this process, we're hoping. We've started this with the first housing committee meeting back in April 7th, 2021. We've had numerous visits to the housing committee since then. We've had 2 public meetings. We'll have come to the planning commission, city council a total of 3 times by the time this process is done. And then for a little bit of correlation, how the housing element is reviewed, as you can see, we're close to the process on that as well. But the actual review of the housing element didn't start until May 19th of this year, when we first published the draft housing element for 30-day public review and then submitted it to HCD after that. And so from there, the process has gone fairly quickly as these things go. So we have, oh, this is showing on the wrong date. It should be December 8th, right? That's where we are today. Unfortunately, the housing committee did not have a quorum last night, so they were not able to provide a recommendation, but we did invite them to the planning commission meeting tonight and to the city council meeting on 12th. So the structure, most of the housing element, everything that's in here is required by state. We don't get to just make up what we want for the housing element. We have to have housing needs assessment. We have to analyze constraints. We have to, for the first time this year, for this housing cycle, go into an assessment of fair housing, which was a very in-depth chapter. And then what we've been having to do for a number of years and what people really think of as it was what's contained in chapter 6, which is housing resources, where we address how we're going to meet our RHNA, our regional housing needs allocation. And then, of course, we have to have our goals and policies and programs of how we're going to meet those needs.
So next, we're just going to provide a brief overview of what you'll find within each one of those chapters. Within the housing needs assessment, we're really looking at census data as well as regional planning data regarding race, household size, age, population. So some highlights from the demographic and housing characteristics is just identifying that here in Emeryville, we are demographically extremely diverse. 40% of our population is white, 28% Asian, 15 Black, 10 Hispanic. When you're thinking about some of our housing characteristics, we have a very low vacancy rate. Only 3.4% of our rental housing stock is vacant and 1.4% on the home ownership side. In the same chapter, there's also a section talking about our economic and income indicators. As we all know, we're extremely job-rich community. We have a job housing ratio of 3.77. Compared to Alameda County, they're at a 1.43. For the region, it's at about 1.47. So we have a high job housing ratio. Our median household income is a little bit over $102,000. Our housing costs and affordability, we're really looking at what people are paying for housing and how affordable it is to people at all income levels. We have identified that 42% of our renter households are what's identified as cost burden. That means they pay more than 30 to 50% of their income on housing costs. That would not only be your rent or your mortgage, but also your utilities or insurance. We also have identified that most of our rental and for sale housing is within reach for our moderate income households, but it is slightly out of reach for those who are of lower income. So there's a need for housing subsidies or rent restrictions in order to make sure that it can accommodate those at a lower income scale. And then we also look at our special need populations. That's looking at people who are seniors or elderly, disabled, homeless population, female head of households, large families. We've identified that 10% of our entire population has one or more disability. And in the point in time homeless count that occurred in February of this year, 91 homeless people were identified. Next slide.
So here is that regional housing needs allocation I mentioned. So this number of where it says units needed and that middle column there, that is the number that we've been assigned for the number of units that we need to demonstrate that the city is able, the city by mean the area, not the city itself, to build. But our zoning and policies can accommodate this amount of housing units within the 8 years of this housing element. So the housing that we found that that Emeryville is able to accommodate is far beyond that, is over 150% of RENA. And that's for all income levels, that we can exceed that at all income levels. So that is what we will be striving for over the next 8 years to help encourage that development. And so for constraints, one of the things we need to assess, which is in chapter 4, is what is preventing the development of housing. So you have to look at governmental restraints, environmental considerations, and also markets and constraints, things that are beyond government control as well. So we found that residential development regulations are not constrained to development in Emeryville, and that our zoning permit process is typically less time consuming than other East-based cities. So that's good news. And environmentally, we don't have as many concerns as some areas. We do have a history of toxic contamination and noise that need to be considered, but that shouldn't provide a huge barrier to the development of housing, and that we have adequate utilities and infrastructure systems as well. And then there is a lack of available land. We don't have a lot of this open space to develop in. So we do have to use sites that are not meeting their full potential. So things such as serviceable parking lots are identified in our plans as potential areas that can be developed. And construction costs, including materials and labor, that is a financial constraint. That's something that everywhere is facing right now.
So chapter 5 is a brand new section that's been required by state law. And this is our attempt to look at what meaningful actions can be taken to overcome discrimination and ensure that we're fostering an inclusive community. So there is a requirement that we do outreach. We've reached out to a variety of fair housing providers, as well as doing some public surveys to get information in regards to what are some of the things that they're seeing in regards to fair housing violations and what kind of things the public thinks are fair housing issues. One of the things that did come up through our public survey was that the public did seem to believe that we needed to improve housing choices through our BMR program. So you'll see one of the programs that we have in the housing element is to make modifications to that program to hopefully increase housing choice. We are required to identify if we have any racially or ethnically concentrated areas of poverty. And one of the things we did identify is that we do have one census tract that does fall into that designation. That's the San Pablo corridor, the Triangle, the East Bay Bridge Shopping Center, and the neighborhoods that surround that. That is our only identified low resource area. Everything else in the city is considered a moderate resource area. We're also looking at whether or not we have concentration of our housing choice vouchers within the city. And we have determined that there are a higher utilization of housing choice vouchers in the city. So in our programs, we also have to figure out how to best diversify that, ensure that people throughout the city are accepting vouchers and that people are not being concentrated in one community. We're also required to look at our patterns of integration and segregation. Our moderate resource areas do show concentrations of predominantly Asian and white non-Hispanic households. However, one of the things that we have also identified is we do not have any racially or ethnically concentrated areas of poverty or affluence. So we don't have any census tracts that predominantly have affluent people in them, nor do we have any census tracts that have predominantly poverty areas. We do have an area that is a concentration of low income, but it's not high in poverty. Next slide. In regards to our access to opportunities, it's about looking to see what opportunities residents in the community have, whether or not if you lived on one side of the community, are you having more access to some services that people on another side of the community don't have. And looking at that, we do look at our schools. All students in Emeryville have access to the same public schools. They're all located in one area, so it doesn't matter where you live. Emeryville also has a lot of transportation opportunities. So public transportation is something that provides access to all of our residents to be able to access our retail's goods and services. In regards to our disproportionate housing needs and displacement risk, we have identified that overcrowding is not a significant issue here in Emeryville. And we also identified that we don't have a large allocation of substandard housing, which is a good thing. We also are looking at enforcement and outreach mechanisms that have occurred in the past. We have a variety of fair housing service providers that provide services to our Emeryville residents, which is a good thing. And one of the things that has come out of a lot of the cases or complaints that they've received in regards to tenant landlord issues or fair housing complaints is a lot of those issues are able to be resolved through counseling and don't actually lead towards a legal action. We are required also to look at our site inventory analysis, which Navar will talk about in a second, but we're required to look at those sites and identify where they are within the community and how they're supporting a mixed income diversity. And in the report, you'll see that we're identifying whether or not there's a concentration of our low income housing in one quadrant of the city, whether or not we're putting housing in specific racial communities, whether or not all of our low and moderate income units are also located in either low income communities or moderate income communities. So there is an analysis to ensure that we're evenly spreading our projects across the city. And then the last thing is to look at just what other contributing factors might impact the community. Our most pressing issue that's been identified is the prevalence of our poverty in the low resource areas. But that's the only contributing factor that we were able to identify. Next slide. When it comes to Chapter 6, housing resources, there's two different types of housing resources. We're going to talk about our actual site inventory, but also in that chapter is a discussion of our financial and administrative resources. So that would be looking at what are the city programs that we currently have available to address housing. We have a variety of programs. Last year, we adopted our Affordable Housing Bond Administration and Expenditure Plan, which is a plan for the expenditure of about $64 million towards housing. We also have a homeless prevention and mitigation strategy that was adopted, I believe, in 2018. And then we have a variety of tenant protection policies that are already in place. We also have access to a variety of regional programs and financing mechanisms, such as Alameda County's Measure A1 bond. We also have a priority area designation that was issued through ABAG, that actually is the entire city limits of Emeryville. And then, of course, there are a variety of resources that can also assist us in producing affordable housing that are going to come from the state and the federal, such as our Affordable Housing Sustainable Communities program through the state. There's the Home Investment Partnership Program, CDBG. There's a variety of resources that can also assist us as well in producing housing. Next slide.
So in terms of RENA, we had a simplified chart before, and this is a more complex one, which I'm not sure how well people can see on their screens. But what this is covering is each income category that we have designation for: extremely low, very low, low, moderate, and above moderate. And then what our RENA allocation is for that. And then meeting 150% of RENA, what those numbers are. That's important because the city is going to be seeking a pro-housing designation in the beginning of 2023. And one of the ways you get points for that is by getting at least 150% of your RENA in your housing element. And the pro-housing designation is a way to, once you have that designation, you can get additional points in applications for state funds to help a variety of projects in cities. So that's why we're seeking that pro-housing designation in the future. So what we have in these first columns, that I have a little indent here, these are existing projects that are in process. So you'll see some that are very familiar with you. Here would be the Sherwin-Williams projects. One that was more recently approved last year is the 65th Street project for 24 units. Back over here, because I didn't go in order, so that's confusing, is the Anton project at the Nady site. That's currently under development. You'll see that's under construction right now. And Baker Metal Live Work project, which is adjacent to that 65th Street project, which has been approved for some time, and they're starting to do foundational work on that building. So in addition to that, so there's a total of the planned and approved units. Then we have vacant sites, which we don't have many of in Emeryville. So we don't have a lot for that. And then underutilized sites, which is where we have majority of our housing potential. We're anticipating that about 30 ADUs will be built over the lifetime of this housing element. And then all of those numbers together total that progress towards our RENA, which exceeds, as I said, that 150% of our requirement. And then here's a map of where we're saying that there's housing potential sites. Now, housing can be built anywhere. It may or may not be built on these sites, but we're saying that these sites have the potential to meet those requirements of the regional housing needs allocation. And we justify why these sites have potential for that growth. On the side here is a list of all of those addresses. And then you can see that a lot of these are along corridors. So they do have to be dispersed throughout the city, but they also need to have access to resources, and transportation is one of those resources. We have the 40th Street project, which we talked about earlier, the Loop project, which we talked about earlier, and the San Pablo Avenue corridor, which we talked about earlier. So actually doing the active transportation plan and the housing element at the same time is not a bad thing, particularly as we move forward and apply for grants. All of this is fresh in staff's mind, how these plans work with each other and the ways they overlap geographically and with policy are consistent with the general plan and all of that kind of good stuff to, you know, make things happen and get stuff done in the city.
So chapter 7 is just a look back. So what were some of the achievements we had during the last housing element? We've of course promoted our housing rehabilitation programs that are offered through the county, as also through some of our nonprofit partners like Rebuilding Together. Again, we adopted the Affordable Housing Administration and Expenditure Plan. We participated in homeless prevention regional coordinating programs. We adopted the family-friendly guidelines. We funded accessibility improvements for residents with disabilities, did some foreclosure prevention activities. And of course, we continue to offer low interest rate loans and grants to remediate some housing development sites. So we had a lot of achievements that occurred. Not everything that was identified in the last housing element actually came to fruition, but we did a lot of activity to try to move the needle forward. If you go on to the next slide, you'll see that we've identified within this current housing element 5 goals, 19 policies, and 47 programs. And there is a description related to every program, including an implementation timeline, what funding sources, which staff is responsible, some performance measures and outcomes. All of those 47 programs and 19 policies fall under one or more of the 5 following housing goals. One, which is to do new housing development. So we want to facilitate the construction of a variety of housing types for various income levels in a manner that promotes environmental responsibility and, of course, long-term sustainability. The second one is preservation. We want to conserve and improve the condition of our existing housing stock to enhance the livability of neighborhoods for all residents. The third one is related to housing needs. We want to ensure housing is accessible and affordable to very low, and moderate income residents, with a priority for those who are special needs. Number 4, fair housing. We want to ensure community members have equitable access to safe, sanitary, and affordable housing as protected under the state and federal fair housing laws. And number 5, we want to address constraints, reduce or remove governmental and non-governmental constraints to the development, improvement, and maintenance of housing where it is feasible. With all of our programs and projects and policies, our quantified objectives result in the creation of 1,815 new housing units, the rehabilitation of 197 units, and the conservation, preservation, and assistance to at least 266 households or housing units. Next slide.
So dependencies, we have 3 of those, and it's a review of the previous programs, how that all went down over the past 8 years, and then outreach information, a summary of what we did to make sure that the full spectrum of our community was included in this process as much as possible. Valerie discussed that a little bit earlier. And then also a glossary. There's a lot of acronyms and definitions and housing that can be a little bit overwhelming, so we wanted to help guide people through that as much as possible as well. And so for changes that were made to this document since the first draft came out, we've made a lot of minor edits to the document, like finding typos as we go along, or just like we could provide a little more clarity on that right there on that topic or that sentence. We've added pictures and reformatted the document to the landscape and add additional clarity and updated information in some areas, such as, for example, healthcare access. In particular, adding the pictures and reformatting the landscape format matches the general plan format, and the pictures really tell the story of Emeryville and its current state of housing and its diversity of housing within the city. So we felt that was important to make sure that the document wasn't just text, but really told the story of housing in the city in different ways. So also housing resources. We added public transportation route maps and added analysis to our homeless count information, particularly as more information came available as we're developing the plan, and provided a lot of additional analysis on housing site feasibility. When we were doing the site analysis for coming up with regional housing needs allocation numbers and sites, we were very, very conservative in what we felt could be developed at each site. So we used really low estimates to make sure that it really would be feasible to develop that number of housing units at those locations. Particularly as a lot of those locations, such as East Bay Bridge Shopping Center, those are existing sites with existing commercial functions that are anticipated to continue. So we really were trying to anticipate continuing of existing functions, much like what happened at Public Market, to happen in other areas of the city as well. And then we also actually, and through that process, reduced our original estimates by 632 housing units and removed 2 initial inventory sites. So we had 21 sites that we identified, and then when we went through and did revisions, removed 2 of those based on new information that was coming out about property ownership and housing developments, and potential housing developments. So one of the sites that was removed was the 1650 65th Street, the Atrium site that had a housing mixed use proposal with housing on it initially, and then that was withdrawn, and a new proposal was going in to that same site for reuse of the existing building. And for a site at 47 San Pablo Street, there was at the beginning of this development of this housing element, a proposal for an R&D site with several units on it as well, and that proposal went away. And so we took those 2 particular sites off the list. And then goals, policies, and programs, we added more quantified objectives to the program, really trying to make things measurable as much as possible, and added more geographic targeting to programs as well. And then we also redefined our short-term and mid-term time periods for goals. So we have the short, mid, and long-term timelines for every single program, when we anticipate that that program can be achieved. And the short term, originally we had from 0 to 3 years. In our talks with HCD, they wanted to make sure we were a little more expedient in our achievements. So they requested that we make that 0 to 2 years. And then in outreach, we added new public comments received. And we do have, in the resolution for this, we'll go to City Council, a note that we can make minor non-substantial edits to the housing element so that more public comments can be incorporated in response to that as needed as we go through this process. So next step is we're here tonight seeking the recommendation of the Planning Commission for this to go to City Council to be approved to adopt the 2023-2031 housing element. As I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, Valerie and I are both available for any questions you may have, any clarifications you need, as well as our consultants, Jennifer and Nicole. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Navarra and Valerie. Amazing amount of work has gone into this. So I will ask now whether commissioners have any clarifying questions for staff or consultants.
I have one very brief question.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. So have we reached out to the owners of any of these large sites that would be well suited for development to like do a little vibe check? What have we been hearing?
Yeah, absolutely. That was basically a requirement to do that now. We need to demonstrate that we weren't just putting properties up there and thinking, yeah, development could happen here, not actually looking at the feasibility of it or if people were interested in development there. One of the answers is, the economic circumstances just have to be right. And are those economic conditions today? Not necessarily. Are they within the next 8 years? Possibly so. But, and then also, we have things such as we don't have parking requirements anymore. That changes the dynamics of things, right? Like that's not something that was an option for consideration development during much of the past housing cycle, and it will be for the full housing cycle here. So it's not just outreach to property owners, which we absolutely did, and actively do on an ongoing basis all that as well. But also looking into what policies do we already have adopted or in the pipeline to adopt, or programs that we have in the pipeline that can add to the feasibility of the development of these sites.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And Commissioner Hemme, go ahead.
Yes, so thank you very much. It's obviously a huge amount of work and a very comprehensive report. One statistic that I found frankly unbelievable is on page 36. It shows Emeryville's population doubling from 2030 to 2040. What is that based on? How could that be? It just seems really, questionable. And frankly, if it is not accurate, I don't think it's a good idea to have such a figure in our official reports.
I'll try to take that one. So that is actually coming from ABAG's 2040 plan, which is a state sanctioned plan that planning regions have to develop a state plan for how all cities and counties and municipalities in that region are going to grow. So that is a number that came directly from that plan. It doesn't mean that we will actually grow there, but that's just a projection, and the projections that they have in there are based off of a variety of factors. They look at the trends for development and adding population over the past. They also look at some of the planning regulations. That's how they come up with their projections for how cities are going to grow in that plan, but that does not necessarily dictate that that will be how we grow. That's just the projection that's put forth in their plan.
Okay. Seems really questionable. Okay, thanks. It's like 2020 to 2040, it's 20% growth. And then 2030 to 2040, it's 115% growth or something like that. So anyway, okay.
Okay, Commissioner Moore, go ahead.
I just wanted to further clarify what Commissioner Simons was touching on. So it sounds like the landowners have been contacted and these are seen as viable sites. do we, like, where do we draw the line? Is there anything where we've already received interest or application to consider something, but it's like not kind of along the approval process yet? Does that get to count? Like, for example, at the beginning of this meeting, I heard that there was some proposed development at VIX, but I don't see VIX like highlighted on this map. So, I mean, I know this isn't intended to be completely comprehensive, but I just wanted to better understand like kind of what's planned now and like where that line is drawn. Or is this all like just all future possible?
Right,
I'll leave it there.
Oh, sorry, I didn't interrupt you. Sorry. So the first 6 sites that are identified are sites that are approved or already under development. So as mentioned, like the Nady site, the Sherwin-Williams sites that have been built but are not occupied yet, those all count towards this.
I see.
Yeah. And then from there, it's a little bit of, yeah, I wouldn't say we put every single potential possible site in, right? We're trying to demonstrate that we can meet the RENA allocation, that we can do that. And we want to focus that on the areas that seem, I don't want to say necessarily most feasible, but also, you know, the state is really looking for a lot of intersecting information, right? So highlighting the sites along transit corridors where there's overlapping programs and policies and places that we're trying to get funding for, also for not just housing, but also transportation. We would like to highlight those opportunities. So there can certainly be development anywhere in the city. For example, during the current housing element, we did not have 3600 San Pablo, where we now have, you know, 90 units of affordable housing going, identified as a potential site within Arena. However, there it is, right? So there could certainly be other opportunities that are not identified. We anticipate there to be other opportunities that are not identified that will develop over the course of this housing element. We just need to demonstrate that we can meet that allocation.
Got it. And the other question I had was just about some of the phrasing, because we talk about being 150% of RENA. So Arena was like 1,800 something.
1815, yeah.
1850, and then we're going for, it seems like nearly double that, right? The 3,687. So is that like, shouldn't we say, because we're going for at least the 150%, right? So it's like, I'm looking at page 173. Emeryville has adequate sites to accommodate housing development at 150% of RENA. And then we talk about the essentially 200% of RENA. So should we say at least 150? Should we, as opposed to saying at 150%, should we be saying at least 150%? Or am I just misreading that?
I could be wrong because I'm not looking at each and every designation right now. I have too many windows. But I know that we could meet 150% at each of the income levels as well as a total number. I don't know if we could do 200 with the, you know, I think it was like, you know, 170 for, you know, like one income category and 160% for another income category. But
oh, I see. Okay. So it's not the total number, it's the 150 at each, at least 150 at each level is the way to think about it. Okay.
And so we are simplifying it a little bit. Yes. Do we have like 200% for total? Yeah, we're awesome. Right. But that's not the most important factor in some ways.
Yeah, I get it. And I also just wanted to say, I really appreciate the, you know, helping people understand the RENA and why we're going, you know, above and beyond that, getting that pro housing designation and how that unlocks so much more in terms of grant money and other things that we can, all the other nice things we want to do in the city. So I appreciate that narrative.
Yeah, sure.
Great. Commissioner Dram, go ahead.
A quick question. Does this extra 50% carry to next cycle?
I didn't catch the full question. I'm sorry. Can you
So we are 150% that requirement, right? Does that 50% carries to next cycle?
Oh, I don't think so. Valerie, you look like you
No,
want you to answer that.
no, it doesn't. I mean, so we're over 100% in what we're projecting. At the end of that 8-year cycle, we will get another allocation of RENA of how many units we need to produce during the next cycle. There is a formula as to what units can carry over and which ones can't. So is it possible that some of those sites, if they're not fully developed, could carry over onto the next housing element? Yes. If some of those projects are in process, similar to Sherwin-Williams, but not yet complete, those would also carry over. There's a timing, and we don't know what that timing necessarily will be in 8 years, but that's how it worked this time. And I'm assuming it'll move forward the same way next time.
And the other question is more general question. You mentioned we have 92 homeless people. Are we planning anything for them or not?
Yeah, so when they did the homeless count back in February, there were 91 people that were identified on the street at that time. And so we do have a homeless strategy that the city adopted several years ago. We do have some housing projects that are in process, one specifically being 3600 San Pablo. That's going to have 45 previously homeless units dedicated within that project. So we don't currently right now have a 92 units that are proposed, but it's very possible we will get to 92 units by the end of the 8-year term and probably surpass that.
Awesome, thank you. And I should say very good. You did a really good job, all the team, because I talked to other commissioners and others, especially San Francisco, they're pretty stressed. So good job. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. Any other clarifying questions right now? Commissioner Wax, go ahead.
Yeah, going right back to the homeless count issue, how are those counted? Are those counted as people who are sleeping on our streets or?
Great question. No, it could be people who are sleeping on the streets. So I did participate in the count this year. It comes from people that are identified sleeping in cars. It could be people who are sleeping on the street. It is conducted at 4 o'clock in the morning. And it's conducted separately from, let's say, like a homeless facility. So actually the city, and sometimes there's volunteers because of COVID. This year it was only city staff that went out, broke down the city into different quadrants, and we walked the city looking for people in their cars or on the street that we could actually physically identify and count.
Okay. And my other question, I'm honestly not sure whether or not this is the right place to ask it, but like, it seems to me from listening to developers that one of our biggest obstacles in meeting our housing goals is developers making housing projects pencil out. Is there anything from this process that addresses that challenge for us, or because it's certainly not limited to Emeryville?
So we have housing constraints in there. We did identify a specific program of looking at certain conditions that potentially could impact housing constraints such as economic. So we're going to work on that over the process. We've identified looking at when a developer comes to the city and goes through the arduous process of getting their entitlement, which is for Emeryville or for the region. Emeryville actually does a very quick job in getting projects entitled. But if they submit their project for entitlement and receive it, and then a project doesn't move forward in development, that's going to be one of our new strategies of reaching back out to them and figuring out what's going on. Are there things that we can do to kind of help move that project forward? So it's not just people getting projects entitled, but never built because they're outside forces. So that is one of our projects moving forward. There's a variety of financing sources that we identify that we're going to try to continue to work on and build to help to address at least financial issues that may be causing projects not to move forward. But that'll be just something that we consistently work on and try to improve as the market demand changes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other clarifying questions? Charlie, I'm noting that it's 11:27. Can you advise on the procedure for moving forward here?
I was just about to chime in if you didn't say anything, which I knew you would. Yes, it is 11:27. Under the commission's rules and regulations, you are required to adjourn by 11:30 p.m. unless a majority of the commission votes to continue beyond that time. So you don't have to say, if you choose to do that, you don't have to say exactly how long you will continue, although it's usually been the commission's practice to say we will continue until 11:45 or 12 midnight or whatever. But absent a motion to that effect, you are required to adjourn at 11:30.
Okay. I will go ahead and make a motion.
Seconded.
I was going to say until midnight. Hopefully that gives us enough time. Commissioner Wax, would you second that?
Still seconded.
Fabulous.
Okay. I hope it doesn't take that long. That's just me, but all right, you ready to vote on that motion to continue until midnight if necessary?
Yes.
Commissioner Dram?
Aye.
Commissioner Gitzoni?
Aye.
Commissioner Henry?
Aye.
Commissioner Mora?
Aye.
Commissioner Wax?
Aye.
Commissioner Simons?
Aye.
And I'm sorry, Vice Chair Simons and Chair Chafe.
Aye.
7 ayes. You are cleared to go for another 31 minutes.
Cleared to get less sleep. Okay. So moving on. So last chance for clarifying questions. I think there were no more. So then we will move to the public hearing. We'll open the public hearing at 11:29 and speakers will have 3 minutes each. Charlie, could you please read the public comment on agenda items portion of the script?
Yes, now is the time for the public hearing on this item. Anyone who wishes to make comments related to this item during the public hearing should have submitted your online speaker card by now. 3 minutes will be allowed for me to read your comments into the record. If you are participating in tonight's meeting via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature visible on your screen, or if you are calling in, press *9 on your phone. So let me check to see if I have any online speaker cards. I haven't received any up till now. I have not received any as of now. Looking at the attendee list, I do not see any raised hands in the attendee group. So it does not appear that anybody wishes to speak at this public hearing.
Okay, so we'll close the public hearing at 11:30 and now bring the item back to the commission for deliberation. Does anyone want to start with comments? And just as a reminder, the action is in question is whether we'd like to recommend that the city council adopt the housing element, etc. So any comments on the housing element or towards that that motion? Commissioner Wax, go ahead.
I just want to make sure to take a moment to thank the staff for their excellent work as always.
Thank you, much appreciated. May I, Chair Chafe, may I just comment? I just want to include the consultants in that as well, our stellar friends from PlaceWorks who are also here.
Thank you. All right, any other comments? Commissioner Simons, go ahead. Vice Chair Simons.
Thanks so much, Chair. I'll be very brief. One, thank you. This plan is amazing. Two, I think we should send a copy to every single city in the Bay Area who has yet to submit a housing element to the state, and say our excellent staff are happy to provide any advice that they need about how to deliver a great housing element. And also that I hope PlaceWorks staff, the other cities you're working with, and I'm sure what is this stressful moment, you bring a bunch of Emeryville's great ideas to other communities you are working with. So hope you can do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hemi, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just wanted to second the compliment for the work of the staff and PlaceWorks. I think it's obviously thoroughly done, well done, and a credit to the city. So
great. I'm not going to call on everyone, so if you have something to say, please do raise your hand. Anyone else? Okay, then I'll just go ahead and say, I want to echo that. And I just wanted to say specifically that I think this can be really complex, and the report's actually written in a really readable, clear, organized fashion. I learned a lot from it. And I took a little bit of time to see how you responded to comments, and it seemed really thorough, and I'm excited about a lot of the things that are being proposed. So yeah, congratulations all around. Does anyone want to make a motion at this time?
So moved.
Second.
Right, are we ready to vote?
Commissioner Hemi, can you just clarify that you're moving to recommend? adoption?
Moving to approve the report. Yes, sorry.
And to recommend that the city council adopt the housing element.
Yes, thank you.
What it says on the resolution. All right. Commissioner Dram,
Aye.
Commissioner Gitzoni,
Aye.
Commissioner Henry,
Aye.
Commissioner Mora,
Aye.
Commissioner Wax,
Aye.
Commissioner Vice Chair Simons,
Aye.
and Chair Chafe.
Aye.
7 ayes, the resolution is approved. We will forward your recommendation to the city council, and they will be taking this up on Monday, the 12th. Thank you.
Great. Let me go back to our agenda here. Okay, planning commissioner comments. I'm going to go first and just say I wanted to recognize Commissioner Mora, your last meeting with us, and say thank you for all of your contributions over the past couple of months. It's been great having you on the commission, and excited that you'll be continuing in another civic function with the city.
Thank you. I actually really enjoyed working with all of you guys, and my only hope is I wish I could get some like-minded people to apply for the position. And you know, hopefully we can leave the commission in good shape, because we'll be continuing to work together.
Great. Any other commissioner comments?
I'd like to also congratulate Commissioner Moore and say best of luck on City Council, and we'll send you good recommendations.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, I would say the same thing. Congratulations on your election. So, and thanks for your service here.
It was short and sweet. It was nice meeting you. I wish you luck there. And what is next? Every 6 months.
Thanks, guys. It was a pleasure.
I would also like to congratulate Commissioner Mora on his meteoric rise to power.
Yeah.
Don't be over there.
State Assembly is next. Yeah.
I actually have to say I'm really worried about having some buyer's remorse, and I think I'm gonna be. There's a good chance I'll be looking at the Planning Commission as like, I wish I missed that, you know.
You're gonna miss you.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Any other comments? Seeing none, we can adjourn this epic meeting at 11:36 p.m. Thank you all so much for hanging in there.
Bye, everybody.
Good evening.
Bye,
Have a great rest of
Thank
the night.
you.
See you next
Bye.
year.
Thank you. Bye.